East Chicago. I'm James Larson, joined by my broadcast partner, Mr. Dominic Siebert.
Dominic, I like the mister. Thank you.
Well, yes, absolutely. We're just going to start things off right here with you. So first things first, huge prize pool, and now we are down to our final 9 players.
Over $750,000
Yes.
are being given out in this main event today, and we're now down to the final 9 players. We've got a little bit of everything. We've got some amateurs who are going to make their biggest cash of their careers here today. We've got some grizzled veterans, especially from the Chicago poker scene. We've also got some young pros who are looking to add to their totals. And we've got a couple guys today who could break the $1 million mark in career earnings. So lots of excitement here in East Chicago this afternoon.
Take a look at that prize pool there. Up top, $173,385. Every player right now guaranteed ninth place money, just over $15,000. So with that, let's go ahead and meet our final 9. We'll send it down to our tournament director, Mr. Jeremy Smith.
All right, thanks, James. Jeremy Smith here at the Ameristar Casino in East Chicago. We started with 526 players. We're down to our final 9 players. Let's meet our final 9. In the 1 seat, we have Casey Carroll with 2,515,000 chips from Wyoming, Michigan. Let's give Casey in the 1 seat a round of applause. Casey actually won this event in May of 2016, so he's looking to defend his title from the May event. And in the 2 seat, we have John Sun with 2,540,000 chips from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Let's give John a round of applause in the 2 seat. And in the 3 seat, we have Al Crockey with 805,000 chips from Chicago, Illinois. Let's give Al in the 3 seat a round of applause. And in the 4 seat, we have Gary Herstein with 485,000 chips from Chicago, Illinois. Let's give Gary in the 4 seat a round of applause. And in the 5 seat, we have Rob Wazwaz with 3 million chips from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let's give Rob in the 5 seat a round of applause. And in the 6th seat, Matt Culp is our chip leader today with 3,480,000 chips from Munster, Indiana. Let's give Matt in the 6th seat a round of applause. And in the 7th seat, we have Chris Moon with 660,000 chips from Detroit, Michigan. Let's give Chris in the 7th seat a round of applause. Chris is actually one of our other players here that have made an HPT final table. He actually got 2nd at Soaring Eagle a couple years back. And in the 8th seat, we have Brian Bren with 1,880,000 chips from Wepperton, North Dakota. Let's give Brian in the 8th seat a round of applause. And in the 9th seat, we have Paul Sokoloff with 415,000 chips from Toronto, Ontario. Let's give Paul in the 9th seat a round of applause. One more round of applause for our final 9 players. Let's get the cards in the air.
Thanks so much, Jeremy.
All right, we're going to be at a 5,000 ante, 20,000,
in the air, like he said.
40,000 on the blinds.
Casino East Chicago, the main event. It is 12:30 here, Central Standard Time. There is a little bit of a delay. I want to say, is it a half hour here?
About a half hour, yeah.
About a half hour delay.
So want to mention a couple of things real quick. 2040 K blinds with a 5,000 chip ante. And we got a couple short stacks we got to worry about right away. Gary Herstein, who the action is on right now. If you have played poker for any length of time in the Chicago area, you know Gary. I've been working in the industry now for over 10 years. I was dealing to him at circuit events back in like 2008, 2009. So he's one of the guys to look out for, obviously, if he can get a stack. And the other one is the gentleman in the 9 seat on the button right there, Paul Sokoloff. This is a guy with 120 cashes over his course of his career. He's got a WSOP ring from Tunica, and he plays all the games. He was finished 3rd in 2012 in the WSOP 10K horse event. So this is a very, very dangerous man if he's able to get some chips as well. Those are our 2 short stacks. They both have about 10 big blinds right now, and we've got some people, as you saw there, on the other end of the spectrum who were in the 60s, 70s, and 80s big blinds. So a very varied final table in terms of chip stacks here today.
And look at this first hand right out of the gate. We've got kings for Gary and queens for Brian. You see the action.
Did
so
Kathy,
far.
our dealer, set the deck?
I didn't want to say anything.
Jesus.
Now Brian's going to have to make this
Absolutely,
call,
and Gary certainly with an opportunity for Gary here. I mean, when he went to sleep last night with 10 big blinds or 12 big blinds, he's thinking, boy, if I could get kings or queens or something like that the first hand.
Wow, action. Now, if this is any indication on what our day is going to look like, we'll be out of here by 1:30 this afternoon.
Do we have tea time reservations somewhere?
Right? All right, so it's kings going up against queens. Gary is all in for his tournament life.
And Gary's even got one of the suits covered, too, so he's feeling really confident right now.
Let's go to that flop. And the flop is Jack, 9 deuce, couple of diamonds.
Nothing there for Gary to worry about.
Gary trying to double up here on the first hand of this.
And you
final
see on the
table.
top of the screen, the Queen of Diamonds was already held by one of the players who folded. So there's only one card in the deck right now that can help Brian and eliminate Gary here.
We go to that river card as Gary stands up. It's the ace of hearts. So just like that, right out the gate, Gary's going to double up. We're going to reconcile the chips here. It looks like a pot of over 1 million chips in there, 1.1. And we'll get an exact but good news there for Gary H. Starting off with pocket kings. It's a dream scenario, really.
Absolutely. I mean, when you come into a tournament, final table situation like this with, 8 to 12 big blinds, as a couple of these players are, as we discussed, saying, wow, you'd be able to get, can I just get some breathing room? Can I just get, this stone that's resting on my chest, this giant boulder off of me in the first orbit? And Gary is able to do that in the first hand. And I know that some of our local, some of his local buddies who are also in this field, Gary's about one of the few, we had probably 20% of our entries were guys like who I talked about, local guys who were in the tournament scene around here for years and years. And Gary was one of those able to bust through and make this final table here. The guy next to him, Alan Crockey, is also in that mold.
And what is it about the Chicagoland area? It's a real hotbed here for poker.
It really is, especially here in I guess northwestern Indiana, suburban Chicago. Just some really, really big cash games and tournaments that when circuit play first started, and with WSOP, WPT, this became an area where, hey, it's a big city, you got a lot of money here, and you got people who are willing to play, and the cash rooms are huge. So you're able to get players who with a lot of experience really quickly and able to do very well in tournament environments.
Brian is going to fold. Chris, rather. Chris is going to fold. Over to Casey now in the 1 seat. He's going to fold, as does John.
Didn't get to see Rob's cards there, but raise and take it. Rob coming into today. Robbie Waz was number 2 in chips. He had 3 million on the nose. This is one of our more experienced players, and one of the players who is looking to break the $1 million barrier in tournament earnings. He has 7 wins, 7 reasonable. I mean, these aren't $20 Elks Club kind of tournaments.
Exactly.
I mean, these are pretty some pretty serious wins. All of them in the $20,000 to $50,000 range, mostly, including the 5K high roller up at Shakopee. Which got him $52,600. All of his wins in Shakopee and Columbus, so he apparently is ruling those 2 particular tournament areas, looking for his first HPT win here.
And he's got the name. I mean, that's a poker name, Waz.
Sure, why not?
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. It's almost reality TV show type stuff. But back to the action here. I remember when Chris got second in that Michigan event just a few years ago.
Yep.
Great player. Good to see him back at an HPT final table. He's a tough poker player. Brian's going to raise it up now. He's going to raise to 85,000. And look at this. John on the button. Picks up pocket aces.
And he makes the 3-bet there to 300K. So we'll see if Brian decides out of position to get a little froggy with his ace crackers here.
Ace crackers indeed. He's reaching for chips, so he's going to
really
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a reasonable stack coming into today, 47 bigs coming in, so I don't think this would be a situation where he would be folding pre anyway.
Let's go to the flop. Flop is 9, 4, deuce.
But that was not what he was looking for.
Not at all. So Brian is going to check over to John. The bet is a $500,000 chips, and that's going to do it. Brian quickly folds, and John takes down that pot.
See, and that's the flip side of what Gary had at the start. I mean, Brian say, hey, I got nice suited connectors up top here. Let's see if I can hit something, maybe build up my stack and get closer to the chip leaders, and then you get that kind of flop.
We're broadcasting here from the Ameristar Casino Hotel East Chicago, right here in East Chicago, Indiana. We had 526 entrants, paid 54, a total prize pool of $757,000, 757,440. That's just great. It's great to come back to the Chicagoland area and have such a big event like this.
It's always one of our biggest stops every year. Where this was the first year we came here 3 times during the course of the HPT year because we got such tremendous response from the customers here and tremendous participation from them. We actually set a record back in January. You'll recall it was the biggest event here and was the second biggest event in HPT history. Our event when we had something like 1,200 some odd players.
Crazy.
It's outrageous. And we had 1170 in that same event this time.
Is that what it was? 1170.
So,
yeah, I knew it was another big event here. So the side events, it's just been an awesome couple of weeks of poker here at the Ameristar Casino east of Chicago.
It was John making the initial raise here with King Jack, and Rob made the call, defending his big blind with Queen Jack, and he outflops John here, although John does pick up a Broadway draw.
Flop is ace, queen, deuce, couple of hearts. Rob checks over to John.
Yeah.
John's going to bet 150,000.
150 is the bet.
Continuation bet in position, and Rob with the call with second pair.
And Rob's going to make the call. Still heads up here.
All right, we go to the turn card now.
All right, let's see the turn card.
And that turn card is the 4 of spades.
Puts 2 flush draws out there, but I don't think it really changes a whole lot as far as the way this hand's going to get played out. Rob's now trying to think if his queen might still be good since John has fired a second barrel here.
The bet is 375,000. Not a lot of chatter at this final table early on. Players feeling everybody out right now. It's a very serious match. Obviously, a lot of cash on the line. Up top, $173,385.
Yeah, from what I've seen of working this event, especially last night as we started getting down close to the final table, I don't think this is going to be a particularly boisterous group. A lot of pretty serious guys, and the amateurs know that they're up against some pretty serious guys.
Right.
So you're not going to want to try give any tells away. And John's going to be able to get his opponent off the best hand there. With his double barrel bluff with the nut no pair.
Take a look at the chip counts there. Matt's up top with 86 big blinds, about 3.5. John and Rob and Casey, and then rounding the group, you see Paul here is just with 9 big blinds with 395,000. So obviously he's going to have to make a move. And there's our prize pool we keep talking about up top, 173,385. Not too shabby for second, too.
No.
105,990.
Nice work if you can get it.
And it's always great on the HPT when our second place finisher can go home with a 6-figure payday. It's awesome.
Well, it's awesome in any event, seeing so many guys with chances to make life-changing winnings. I mean, you look at we talked about some of the big guns who have plenty of cashes, but you look at someone like Alan Crockett. Like I said, he's been playing in this area for a long time, but he's only got 14 cashes. He's only got 25K in lifetime earnings. If he's able to pick up 100,000 for second place, I mean, sure, he'll be disappointed he won't win, but he'll look at that check when he heads to the bank and say, that's not bad.
Yeah, not for nothing. All right, so John's going to win that pot. If you have a question for us or a comment, you can go ahead and hit us up on Twitter. I'm at HPTJames, spelled Jaymz. And Tom, why don't you give out your Twitter?
I'm at DOMJSII. And we've also got the Twitch TV chat box, which I know James will be perusing throughout the course of the broadcast today. And did you mention one thing that we'll be doing on the chat box there on Twitch a little bit later on today?
Coming up later, we're going to give away some swag. We've got some clothing from Razor Clothing.
Yes,
HPT recently teamed up with the poker apparel brand Razor Clothing. If you haven't checked out their gear yet, head over to the website and take a look. It's razor.clothing. They got the poker t-shirts, the hats, and the hoodies. Just enter the code HPT at the checkout screen, and you'll get a 10% discount on your order. Our crew's all wearing the shirts, so a great partnership with Razor Clothing.
And if you stay tuned, we're going to
give some stuff away. Yeah, why not? Absolutely.
Everybody likes. I was having a conversation on social media the other day. Said, how can I get a bunch of players to come to my poker event? And a bunch of people brought suggestions. I said 2 words that came up in the whole discussion. With 30 people chiming in. I said, free and scantily clad.
Right.
Those are pretty keys. If you can get free stuff and scantily clad females at your event, there are going to be people
showing up. It's a good start. All right, Chris here with pocket trays.
He's defending his big blind from Rob's button raise with 9-8 off.
So Chris is going to make the call. Go set mining here as we go to the flop. The flop
Oh,
is 8-8-6.
now see, this is very dangerous. You put, I mean, it's a late position raise, yes, but putting Rob on an 8 here certainly is not something that's probably in Chris's frame of mind right now, and he's sitting here with pocket threes saying, boy, there's not a whole lot in a raising range that is going to beat me in this situation.
The bet is 75,000.
A very suspicious bet as well.
So Chris is going to make the call.
Only about a third of the pot there after you raise pre-flop.
Turn card now is the 5 of clubs.
And another card that Chris probably thinks is in Rob's range at this point, but he's still going to check it.
Chris is going to check. Action over to Rob. Rob's 40 years old.
Yep.
And bet again, 175,000. And you know Chris is thinking here, is he double barreling with ace queen or ace king or something like that?
Now Chris is going to fold.
Okay, he gives it up this time.
Rob's going to win the hand. His plans for the prize money, as I'm looking at his sheet here, live life and spoil the family. That's good. Total career
Can
winnings.
can I get in on
Right,
through some
yeah,
sort of
exactly.
adoption here if he's going to spoil the family?
Says he's a businessman. He was born in Jerusalem. Rob Wazwaz lives in Oxborough, Minnesota now, playing this HPT event. So we just started here. If you're just joining us on the stream, it's James Larson alongside Dominic Siebert as we broadcast here from the Ameristar Casino, East Chicago. It's our main event coverage here on a Monday afternoon, May the 15th, 2017. Really want to thank our crew for their hard work getting everything set up here, and they've really perfected this live stream. Now, if you and I could just do a little better job,
Yeah,
you know.
once we stop sucking, this is going to be
Right,
fantastic.
these guys have done their part. No, honestly, though, I want to thank everybody for their hard work on this stream. It's really come a long way, and we appreciate all of you joining us as well. All right, so Gary raises to 80,000.
I'm testing the deal.
80,000 is the current bet. Rob in the 5 seat.
Action over to Rob.
Gary didn't put his whole cards close enough to the camera where we can see it. And Rob, with ace-3 suited, is going to re-raise to 300,000. Yes,
Goes to
300,000 was what I said. And
300,000.
now Chris is sitting here with ace-queen saying, what's going on?
See what Chris decides to do here in the small blind with a hand. I don't think he's going anywhere, but I could be wrong.
Now you get a 3-bet in front of you, and you're out of position, and you just lost the last spot. You're thinking, well, maybe is this my day? Is it not my day? And he's going to lay it down.
He is going to fold.
Brian in the big line, 300,000 is the current bet. Brian's going to fold. Action
Brian's
back
gonna
to Gary
fold.
down to the 4 seat.
Okay, so now we get to play Guess What Gary has.
I'll let you go first.
I assume we'll find out here in short order. I can't imagine him just calling this raise. I think that he'll either be shoving or folding in this spot.
Yeah, he's going to fold.
And he's going to let it down.
And Rob's going to win the hand. Yeah, you were right about Chris there facing the 3-bet in front of him. Where's Chris at in chips right now?
Chris came in the final table pretty short stacked out. He had 660s down to 450. So he's in that situation again. You've got a raise, a re-raise in front of you. 450. Do you want to be 4-bet shoving when you know you're going to get called, at least by one person, with ace queen and risk your tournament life in that situation? So discretion, the better part of valor for Chris in that circumstance.
Our next event will not be until July the 17th. We'll be out at the Golden Gates Casino in Colorado. Of course, most folks after this event start setting
Is
their
there something
sights
going on?
Well, I'm told there's something out west. I know
Okay.
the weather is going to be warm, hot as always, and
Almost like a desert, in fact.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Somewhat of a mirage out there, but what it is, it's not at the Mirage. It's at the Rio, of course, the World Series of Poker. Look at this. Rob picks up pocket queens.
They're a big pair here early on.
I'm trying to whisper a little bit. I'm using my channeling my
Inner
my
golf commentator?
Yeah, just because we're not too far away
That's
from the
true.
table, and I get a little. I get excited, so Rob's going to raise.
You're one of those loud, obnoxious radio
a little
guys.
bit, yeah, I am. I am. So Matt makes the call with his Jack 10.
Just a min raise there from Rob. Interesting.
Just a raise to 80,000. And it's heads up now, Rob and Matt. And the flop is 6-4 Trey.
Another player with Jack 10 of clubs not getting a very juicy flop for them.
And it goes
And
check,
Rob
check.
is being very sneaky in this hand all the way
very
around.
much so. And now the 8 of hearts comes off on the turn.
And this is another situation where Rob is thinking to himself, how am I going to get value? I know Matt probably didn't connect with this board at all. And he tried to bet small there with about 100K there on the turn, but got no action, obviously, with basically nothing going on there.
Rob's going to win that hand. Once again, it's James Larson alongside Dominic Siebert here at the beautiful Ameristar Casino East Chicago. We will give out that first place money today. It'll be $173,385. You ever had a payday like that, my friend?
I have not had 4 years like that.
I was going to say
think.
2 years at least, I hope. Yeah, but glad everybody is with us here on the live stream. A beautiful Monday afternoon here in East Chicago.
The day after Mother's Day, and we hope all the moms had a good day yesterday. I know we had one mom, one or two moms here, I think, make day 2. I don't believe any of them made the money, though, unfortunately.
And I said it on my radio show over the weekend. We celebrate Mother's Day, but it's really, we celebrate it all week, all month. Without moms, we wouldn't be here ourselves.
Sir,
so
that would be very, very difficult for us to be here.
So God bless all the mothers out there, and thank you for.
And
for
my
everything.
sister got to celebrate her first Mother's Day
very
this year,
cool.
so
Very
we were
cool.
all very excited
Very
about
cool.
that. You can see some of the finishers, in fact, from our main event here, scrolling across the bottom of your screen. And the amount of money that they won during the course today. Min cashing this event wasn't too shabby either. You got just over, what, $3,200?
Yep.
Yeah, $3,242.
And we had a lot of big names. You know, I saw Aaron Massey, Alan Kessler,
And
Mike
a lot of big
Puccio.
names didn't make the money, which was crazy.
You know, the quality of poker, it's not like it used to be, man.
No.
It's the competition's tough. And we're going to talk to one of our players coming up. Tony Lay will be joining us here, one of the players. Oklahoma Tony, if you know him from the ring games and the PLO games. He's going to join us and talk a little Hold'em and talk about how his week was.
And we're going to have three-way action here to the flop as another small raise pre.
Wow, look at this. Ace, deuce.
That's not a bad flop for Matt's hand.
No, it sure isn't.
And he was the initial raiser, so a continuation bet out of him here is going to raise a lot of eyebrows, especially with 2 callers. So he might get some action on this board, particularly from Brian with his pocket 6s.
It's like a bet of $175,000. Action over to Brian with his 2 pair aces and 6s. We'll see if he decides to make this call. This is our 9th HPT event here at the beautiful Ameristar East Chicago. And look at this, he's reaching for chips, so
Yeah.
he's going to make the call.
Brian, one of our less experienced players in terms of cashes, only has 6 cashes over the course of his career, and one of those is basically about 75% of his career earnings. It was a 3rd place at the Planet Hollywood Goliath event last year, although this is his 3rd major final table.
Turn card is the 7 of spades. And now look at this, Matt checks.
Because Matt's thinking, okay, what is he calling me with here? He didn't re-raise me, so he doesn't have a better ace. He didn't re-raise me pre-flop, so the odds of him having a better ace are small. So is this an opportunity for me to extract some value? And sure enough, he has wasted no time in putting out the re-raise, or the check raise, I should say. Up to 1 million.
1 million now.
5x raise almost,
And
and
now
yeah, that's gonna scare Brian off.
Quickly
So
fold his hand.
Brian realized very quickly that he stepped in the boo-boo a little bit there.
Matt's 31 years old, professional poker player, lives in Indiana. Just 1 bullet in this event. You know, we talk about that a lot with players. You know, how many bullets, how many qualifiers did it take you, how many satellites, and you know that's the goal, obviously, to get in. You know, on just the 1 bullet, for obvious reasons, for financial reasons, but. Good news there for Matt C. as he drags down that pot and continues his quest to be our newest HPT champion. Again, you see the Razor clothing icon up in the right-hand corner, and coming
Yes,
up.
that's razor as in check razor for those listening to us, or not as razor as in shaving your face.
Right, exactly. And each of the players at this final table got a Razor T-shirt, and you could win one too. We will give you information on that coming up next.
Alan Crockey, one of our short stacks, moving all in here, under the gun with pocket 10s.
Action over to Gary now. Gary's going to fold, as does Rob. Now over to Matt.
Well, pocket sixes and as many chips as he has, he might try to make a call here, thinking that he's in a flip situation. He's going to think about it anyway.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
He asked for a precise count.
And if our graphics right, it's right around 700,000 chips. When I see Alan K, I think of course, your cousin. Your cousin Alan.
He's not my cousin.
Oh, he's not your cousin. Okay. All right. My bad. And Alan can't be listening yet because it's only 12:52.
That's right.
It's way too early for him to be even thinking about being up and at him. So. Wow, is Matt going to make this call?
No, it's only for about not even maybe 15-20% of his stack. And he just got a nice pop the last hand off that check raise, so he's got a couple extra chips to play with that he didn't have at the start of the day.
Got to say, I love the hats, Dom. I love the HPT hats.
Very
that
stylish.
they're sporting. They look good. Good stuff. Thanks to our marketing guy, Corey, for getting those hats out to all the folks at the final table. I'm busy typing here to say hello to everybody on the stream. It's always a little hard, though, because we're on that delay, so it's hard to be real interactive.
Matt's going to lay it down. Okay.
Chris gets out of the way.
That is a pretty disciplined play here early in the tournament. You see a lot of people looking to get into flip situations and stuff like that, you know, trying to bust players and build a chip stack. But Matt knows he's in this for the long haul today. He's got the chip lead and doesn't want to bring anybody else back into play and give them sizable stacks where they can do some damage to him later.
Alan Crockett is 67 years old from Chicago, Illinois. Just $25,000 in total career winnings.
Yeah, he's one of the players who's going to be making his biggest career cash today, regardless of where he finishes on our ladder. We've moved up the blinds now, 25 and 50,000. The ante is still going to be 5,000.
So let's talk about Brian in the 8 seat. He's lost some chips. He's from Wapaton, North Dakota, as you see on the graphic, and he's down almost 1.4 million since we started play. So what's he got to do, Dom, to get back in this thing?
He's got to get a couple of cards that are worth some sort of value to him right here, because as we said, there are players who have some big stacks in front of him, and he came in probably in the middle of the road as far as chips, but has not had a good run of it so far, and he's going to have to catch something here pretty quickly and get paid off at the same time, similar to the way Gary did in the very first hand within a Kings versus Queens situation.
All right, action continues over to Brian now, and looks down at that Jack 10. He's seen that before.
So this time it's not suited, and he is going to make
now
the
he's
push
gonna
here.
go all
Okay,
in.
so he's looking to take some blinds down here, try and get a couple orbits under his belt so he can play a little bit more, and he is going to get everybody else to fold. So
It's going to work that time.
it's like he's like, whoa, finally my first spot. I think I just heard him say there. So.
Brian's in operations tech at Cargill. Amount investments in tournament just $2,000. His first HPT event. Wapaton, North Dakota. I grew up right around those parts too. I grew up in a small town called Ortonville, Minnesota. Very small town. My father was the local mortician. We had the Larson funeral homes. I never thought about getting into that business. Went straight to poker.
I would imagine it would be very depressing.
Yeah, well, it
long
is a
term.
little bit. Absolutely.
But I'll tell you what, it is a steady business. We're not gonna. People are not gonna stop dying.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, it doesn't ever stop. You know, it's kind of like garbage. You know, you're always gonna have garbage.
And a couple of the players at the table are thinking that's what they're gonna have all day today.
Yeah, exactly.
I know Paul in the 9 seed has been itching to try and get something to double up with. He's, I think, gone down to about 300,000 in chips now. He only started today with 415. And as we said, he's a very, very experienced, dangerous player. And he would love to be able to be a little bit more aggressive.
So Dom,
This
you
final table.
did you floor this event then?
I did.
So that's the nice thing about having you in the booth. You're here from the start of the tournament all the way till the end. And what did you see this week? What really jumped out at you? Did you see a lot of great poker? See some old friends? What was it like?
Yeah, well,
week
as
and
I
a half
said,
you were here?
Chicago was one of the first circuit events that I ever, circuit areas that I ever was involved with. some of the other properties in the area as well as here at Ameristar. And it is really a little bit of a coming to a place, you know, for like the 9th or 12th time or whatever it is for me being here, seeing a lot of the same faces over and over again. It really is a little bit of a familial sense, and I'll always enjoy coming back to this area.
Our good friend Roger Campbell made a deep run. I think he went out, was it 15th last night,
Yeah,
I believe.
yeah.
We caught up with him on break, and he sat down with us and we chatted. And saw him walking out in 15th place. So good to see him have another deep run. I know he wanted to get back to the final table, as everybody does. But it wasn't in the cards.
Okay. I looked. They put the graphic up at the bottom for the cards on the flop, and I thought that was somebody's hand. I'm like, oh, someone hit big. No, but it's ace deuce against ace 7 over here. My bad on that. But one of the things that I was just going to say is that in addition to all the familiar faces, one of the things I noticed as I was, cashing everybody out from the main is that we had people coming from a lot of places. I mean, first of all, Paul in the 9 seed, he's from Toronto, so you got an international flavor.
Absolutely.
Here. We had players from Minnesota, from Michigan, from Texas, from Oklahoma, all up and down sort of the Mississippi River area, kind of both sides of it. And to see everybody come for this last big chance before the summer was certainly very nice to see. And we're going to have a special edition here now.
We do have an edition. We're gonna enter in here a new commentator. His name is Tony Lay. He's known as Oklahoma Tony.
Speaking of players from not this area.
Right. Yeah. Now I want to start off. First question. Alan Kessler gave you bad information. He told you to fly into the wrong airport. So
Oh dear.
Yeah, he told me to fly into O'Hare Airport, which cost me about an extra $100 to get here. Thanks a lot, Alan. I'm sure you're watching.
No, it's only if he's in Vegas. It's 10 o'clock Vegas time, so he's not up yet. But he probably watched the replay. But
I think he went to New Orleans.
oh, did he? Okay. Well, he's probably still sleeping though. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon there too. I think they're on Central Time. But,
Yeah.
Tone, good to have you here in the broadcast booth. Great to see you. You know, Tony and I go way, way back to your HPT final table. I got to interrupt here because we got queens and fives. So
Yeah, Paul, our short stack has moved all in, and unfortunately for him, after finally getting a hand that's playable, he slammed into Gary's queens here. And Gary's going to rejam it to try and isolate.
yes. Gary Alden. We've seen queens now, 3 times at this final table so far? And yeah, we're only a half hour into the broadcast here. Queens and fives. For all the older folks out there, we called the fives Sammy Hagar, of course, because of his famous song. Yeah, he cannot drive 55, and now the speed limit in some states is like 75. So.
And 7-5 offsuit doesn't really play a whole lot in these situations.
No, it
so
just
it's
really
important
isn't.
work.
It really isn't. Yeah, exactly. So Gary all in with his queens.
And another dream situation for Gary. He got his double up early, and
did,
now
yep.
he's looking to make the first elimination here at this final table and put himself over $1 million chips.
But there are 2 fives left in the deck, so we go to the flop. See if Paul can jump ahead. The flop is King 9-8. It's a rainbow, so far so good once again for Gary.
And really only a runner double gut shot straight draw here for Paul to add to his outs.
Turn
and
card
that's
is
not
the
one of
deuce
them.
of hearts. So you see by the percentages there, Gary in a commanding lead here. Just 1 more card to go, and another double up for him. And we go to that river card, and it's the 8 of hearts. So Gary's going to go ahead and win the hand with 2 pair, queens and 8s.
And I'll tell you what, the players at the table, whether they know it or not, are very, very happy to see that man eliminated here early on. They did not want Paul to be able to get any sort of stack of chips and be able to use his experience and his confidence level with so much success over the years. He came in with over $850,000 in career earnings. Added to that obviously today, but certainly not the payday that he was hoping for.
But a great showing for Paul from Toronto. Going to go home with just over $15,000. And then there were 8 players left, and we start that now. But yeah, Tone, talk about your final table. How many HPT events?
I think 4 now.
4, yeah. Goes way back to our days at Downstream. And was it Indigo Sky? Did you final table?
No, I final tabled 2 of them at Downstream.
That's what it was, yeah.
One at Daytona. One, I want to say Reno. I'm not sure. I kind of chased the event around for a while, so.
Yeah, a lot of great times. You were with us back in the day, you know, when we were first starting out, and you know, the HPT has really grown into what it is now, and just having a lot of fun and great to see you at another event. Rob here picks up pocket jacks, and Matt picks up pocket fours.
Casey's made the initial raise here. Blinds are once again are now up to 25 and 50,000 with a 5,000 ante, and Casey made it 120. And Rob's got the jacks out of the small blind, and he is going to re-raise, and everyone will insta-fold. So Rob continues to add to his stack. He's been very solid throughout the course of the entire event. I can't remember a real time where he was on. We may talk to him later, but I can't really remember a time where he was in trouble.
Do you remember playing with?
Yes, I can tell you a time
He
he
can.
was
You
in
told
trouble.
me,
He-
told me earlier. Yeah, as a matter of fact.
He came to my table with about 30,000, and I was the first one to give him a chance to double up.
Oh, okay.
Get him started back on the right track.
So you're gonna die cancer tomorrow.
Did you play with any of these other guys here at the final table?
No, I never played with them, but I was sitting behind. I'm not even sure what the boy's name is in the 2 seat.
Thank you.
That's John.
John. I was sitting
wanna
back
do all
to
the
back
work,
to him
guys.
at a few
Sometimes.
tables and was watching some of his play, and he seems to
don't
be pretty
need
solid. That's really the only one that I'm familiar with him and
You just
Rob.
said you weren't gonna take nobody out before the thing started. You took the first guy out.
I had a double up first. No, actually, I had him covered.
All right, action over to Matt. He's going to fold his 6 tray.
The double up didn't hurt.
Chris is going to fold. Rob will win that pot.
A little bit distressed probably to get ace king on the button and not get any action out of that.
So, Tony, I got to ask, you're really primarily a PLO player, so do you ever get bored just playing with 2 cards?
Pretty much all the time.
Yeah, I mean, because you guys play with 5 cards in a lot of your PLO games that
Yeah,
you play.
4 and 5 cards. I mainly play the cash games at the Omaha. Very rarely play the big Omaha tournaments. Just too high variance for me.
I've really seen, we've all seen this Omaha and the Big O. It's just really, it's getting so popular. People love it. There's so much gamble involved, you know?
Yeah, it's really blowing up. And,
Yeah.
like I said, I just left Baltimore, and they're playing 5-card PL over there, and they really get with it over there too. So it's,
Yeah,
if you
they
like to
sure
gamble, head to
do.
Baltimore.
All right, Allen now with pocket 7s, Dom. Allen doubled up just a few hands ago. Raises to 150,000. Gary's going to get out of the way. Rob folds now over to the button. And Matt on the button folds over to Chris now.
Remember, Chris had an ace queen before that he let go,
Yep.
but that was to a 3-bet. This is just to a opening 3
Yeah,
x
he's going to
raise.
go all in here.
He's going to make his move right now.
And Al's going to make the call. So classic race situation here. 2 overs for Chris, pocket 7s for Allen. And Chris doesn't look real happy about this. You know,
This is the worst feeling in the world.
Yeah.
he's not been happy for the majority of the final table here. You come in, you've got a short stack to begin with, and things don't go your way early on, and you're forced to fold a big hand early on, and now you got an all-in and you're flipping for your tournament life.
we go to the flop. We'll see if Chris can improve. 2 trays and a deuce.
Can we get a face card on a flop here
I
today?
know, right?
It's
No
been
kidding.
really Raz-heavy boards.
Yeah, for sure. Allen in the lead here with his 2 pairs, 7s and trays. We go to the turn card. It's the 10 of spades. So now things real thin here for Chris, and he is all in for his tournament life. He's
One of
going
the
to need
queens was folded earlier on, so he's down to 5 outs and not
5
6.
outs. Needs an ace or queen. A little smirk there from Chris Moon. We go to that river card, and it's the deuce of diamonds. So that is going to do it for Chris Moon. So great to see him back at the final table. Had a great time talking with him here at this HPT final table, and not the way he wanted to finish things up, but you know, Tony, that's poker sometimes, my friend.
Yeah, it kind of goes that way, and you just got to win flips to win these tournaments. It's just how it is.
8th place, he'll go home with $18,846. And Dom, things moving along pretty quickly.
Well,
here.
we had a couple short stacks, so I wasn't surprised to see a couple people eliminated early on. But now we've only really got, and Allen being the one to pick up that pot has put everybody kind of out of that red zone. So we might be able to see a little bit more play, a little bit more poker here throughout the course of the day. But yeah, I mean, Chris has got to be wondering, what do I got to do to get the big break?
Right.
He finished 10th here in January in the main event, and now he gets the final table this time. Finally, not being the bubble boy for the final table, and he was able to get 8th because he's not able to really put anything together as far as hands go.
But still, that's a nice payday to get you back to Detroit, Michigan. $18,846. You know what's great about this event is you can roll right in to the World Series after this. So all these guys are obviously very happy, no matter where they finish, because this is just a good little bankroll to take out to the desert here in just a couple of weeks.
Yeah, pretty much most all these players are going to be going to the desert, I believe.
Yeah. How much time are you going to spend out there this year?
Oh, I don't know. Starting off with 2 weeks and then just kind of play it from there.
On first act here, he's going to raise to 100.
We got John making an opening raise under the gun with Ace King.
Going up to 100,000 chips.
110 actually.
Boy, they're folding
And
so fast.
Nobody had nothing. I
Yeah.
think he was the only guy with a letter card in his hand, and he's like, well, I got Ace King and no action again.
Folding so fast, our graphics guy couldn't even keep up with it. It was so fast. But yeah, always nice to get a big score, obviously, before the World Series of Poker. It's just it's a good feeling, and to put that money, right back into your poker bankroll.
Yeah, it comes and goes pretty quick in this,
Yeah, boy,
kind of
doesn't it?
lifestyle. Yeah.
It sure does. It sure does, especially if you're playing PLO till 5 o'clock. in the morning,
5-card PLO, yeah.
Yeah,
It's just-
exactly. Exactly.
Might as well just put a toll booth in your wallet.
I hit enough of those on the way in here. Let's not joke about pull.
You gotta do that option menu on the Google Maps where it says avoid toll roads.
Oh, right, I know. Yeah,
And,
exactly.
yeah.
Too busy texting and driving. I don't have time to get over to that app. All right, Rob here with Ace 7. He's going to raise it up.
He's going to raise it up, and he's going to walk into a bigger ace right behind him.
Right into Matt C's Ace King here. We'll see what he decides to do. Got a re-raise here. 255,000 the total re-raise amount.
Gun in for me.
Sure seems like a lot of ace kings being found tonight.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that. And Rob's going to fold.
And Matt's going to take down the pot. Shows an ace.
And Matt's going to take down that pot. So will we see you at another HPT event after the World Series? We've got Colorado coming up, Tony. You're going to maybe try to make. Have you been to our Colorado event before?
The Blackhawk?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there one time. Wife and I took a trip out there. And, we may come back out there. I'm not real sure what stops I've got planned right now. I just kind of play it by ear,
Yeah.
week to week.
What's the life of a professional poker player like? I mean, you're jet setting, you're in Baltimore, you're in North Carolina, you're in Florida. You ever get tired of all the moving around?
Very much so. I'm on a plane tonight, and I am ready to be home.
Yeah.
The only problem with that being is I may be going to New Orleans this weekend. So
Yeah, chase those points.
yeah,
at the,
I'm sitting
World
right on the
Series.
borderline right now for the national tournament. So we got to see how the points turn out.
Well, we had a good week here at the
Wake up
Ameristar
home.
Casino
You
East
don't wanna be
Chicago.
late.
Total prize
You don't
pool
wanna be late. Oh, that's your regular. That's your work day.
$757,440.
You had to get up early
526
for work today.
entries, and I keep talking about that first place money, as it is very impressive. 173,385. Have you ever had a big six-figure score like that, Tony?
I've had a couple six-figure scores, not that big, but I've had I think three
Doing fine,
six-figure
Shell.
scores over
Still
100.
doing fine.
It's always a good feeling. Walking out with that kind of loot, it's
Yeah, it's a good feeling until you come tax time.
well, right, yeah, exactly. We don't want to talk about the IRS too much on this show. We'll start losing viewers left and right. So we lost 2 players so far, so we are down to just 7 now. As we started with 9.
Pay jump looks like 6,000.
Yeah, going up to, as you see, 7th place money there, just under $23,000. So Chris Moon was our last casualty, going out in 8th place, and then Paul, you see, was our first player eliminated. And good money up there. Boy, you get up to 4th, 3rd, and 2nd. That's a whole lot of money for finishing up there in the top. I want to thank everybody for joining us online. If you got questions, you can hit me up on Twitter at HPTJAYMZ. Otherwise, I'll try to keep my eyes here on the screen, but we're a little bit of a delay with you folks. We're about a half hour off is that's a gaming reason. But it's nice to have the whole cards here. We can give you those, and it really makes the live stream so much better when you don't have a couple of knuckleheads like us trying to guess what everybody has. You can actually just look up at the screen and see that.
Do you play any poker?
I do play. I haven't been playing a lot lately. Been traveling a lot with the HPT and doing my radio show. But back home in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, we play a Big O game, and that's all they play. That's kind of our game of choice because again, surrounded by some gamblers where I come from, and everybody loves it. So that's what we play back home. Flop here is Queen, Jack, 8, couple of clubs. You see Rob with pocket 6s. Gary's got the wild card hand. I'm going to put him on Queen 8. Goes check, check. Now over to Casey with Ace Deuce.
Yeah, what? He was trying to steal it.
All 3 players check the flop.
All 3 check.
Well, because every time I
Go to that turn card now. It's the King of Hearts.
I call and then I fucking blow up the show.
Checks over to Rob. Rob checks over to Casey.
Goes check, check. See what. Okay, they're all going to check. So we go now to the river card. Not a whole lot of action on this hand.
King of clubs.
River card is the King of Clubs.
Well, I'd like to think Gary's got some kind of showdown value for checking it so many times, but
Rob checks. And Casey
looks like it's on his
See if
strength.
check the river. Let's see a winner.
I just want to see what Gary has. Otherwise, Rob's going to win this hand.
Kings and 6s.
Kings and 6s will be the winning hand. Rob is going to win that pot. Just 360,000 chips, but a pot is a pot. A win is a win. And he continues here at this HPT final table.
Yeah, I think 360 is about as high as I ever went in the tournament. There was actually some really good players in this tournament.
Yeah, and good to see a lot of the familiar faces that we saw. A lot of friends were here. People traveled from all over, not just the Midwest here. Saw players from all over, obviously even as far as Canada made the trip down. And I just want to thank the entire staff here, all the dealers, and just the hospitality, as always, that we got here at the Ameristar Casino, East Chicago. Always fun to be back in the Chicagoland area. Tried to get Aaron Massey. I texted him last night. I said, Aaron, come on over and get on this live stream with me. So you never know. He might show up too. But of course, we know about all of his success on the HPT. And him and his brother Ralph played a lot of these events. And I was around for a couple of his championships. So always a lot of fun.
Yeah, I've played with Aaron a few times. Never played with his brother, but really hard to play against. He's a good player.
Yeah, very good player. Fun to have at the final table. Other Chicago regulars, of course, Craig Casino was here. Always great to see Craig. I kind of thought Craig might be hanging around today. And then Dave Goodfriend. Always great to hang out with Dave. He went deep, finished late last night. So he didn't make it to the final table, but I still remember his victory in Michigan when Dave Goodfriend, he smiled for 3 days straight. That was either for the victory or for something else. I'm not sure. The flop here is 8-6-5. Casey with the wild card hand this time. We don't know. Sometimes the RFID doesn't catch the cards, so that's what happened there with Casey. Turn cards the 8 of spades, and sometimes players just forget to put their cards down there. What was your experience on playing your first time on television? Was it nerve-wracking? Did it bother you? Did it throw you off at all?
No, not really. Once you get nerves going in, but once you get started,
Right,
it's
like anything.
Yeah, you just kind of let your natural tendencies take over, and
Yeah. It is a little nerve-wracking, Queen of Spades there on the turn or the river. It is a little nerve-wracking though the first time, and I always do my best to tell the players, just relax, it's no big deal. But it's easier said than done. I mean, we got the bright lights, the cameras, the crews here. We're interviewing them beforehand. They've been up all night. They've got paperwork to fill out. So it does take a little getting used to, but the one thing I always tell the players, have fun, smile, talk, do whatever you would normally do, but have fun. This may be a long time until you're on TV again, and enjoy it and embrace it and try to have a good time, because I've seen players get really super nervous, and you don't want to do that because then your game's going to be off.
yeah, I've seen some kind of hesitant interviews. The first interview I did with you back in 6-7 years ago was it was I still got the CD of that.
Yeah, yeah.
And it wasn't very pretty.
Oh no, you did fine. I remember it very well, and you were one of the, one of the first friends that one of the, that group of people that we met and hung out with after the events, and that was always the best part of my job, being the floor guy. Is I got to be with these guys and you guys all the way till the end, from the beginning till the end, and I always loved that part. Met a lot of great friends along the way. John here with pocket queens. That's been kind of the hand of the day, has been pocket queens, and he's going to raise to 125,000. Allen's going to fold his ace 5. Action over to Gary now.
300.
Gary's on the button. It's a re-raise here, so we could see some action. Boy, I wonder what Gary's got.
Are we just not picking up the
Yeah, not
cards
picking
here?
up those cards, so I'm going to have, it's a 3-bet to 300,000. I'm going to put him on, what do you think, ace queen, ace king?
Yeah, worst ace queen. He's played pretty solid throughout the event.
And look at this now, a 4-bet by Rob. And John with, wow, are we seeing the,
Nah, Rob's either got a really big hand or he's just sensing weakness. I did play with Rob, but he's a very aggressive player.
now did we see that right? John folded his queens?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the 4-bet is to 800,000 chips. Action here on Gary.
Yeah, I would like to know what he's got here.
I'd like to know what both of them have, to be perfectly honest. We may not ever find out. That's the problem. If we see a fold here, which I think we are, somebody's got to show their hand. Come on.
He ain't gonna show.
Rob's going to take down that pot, and the action continues. It's James Larson alongside Oklahoma Tony. We have Dominic Siebert in the booth too. He had to step out to talk to Corey. Dominic is one of our floor guys here, so when he's not in the booth, he's handling other issues and working with the players and working with the staff. So Corey pulled him out of here real quick, so he'll be back joining us, and we've got some other guests coming up later today as well as we broadcast here from East Chicago, Indiana. It's always nice to be right in this area because we're so close to the city. Just 35 minutes, 40 minutes from Chicago, and it's a lot of fun to be in this part of the country. I guess I'm told Dom is doing payouts, so he's got a more important job than sitting in here BSing with me. So Allen now with pocket 7s. Action over to Matt now in the small. Matt's going to fold. The raise was the 125 there by Allen. Over to the 8 seat. Oh, Brian, 29 years old from Wahpeton, North Dakota. And he's going to fold, so it's heads up now. There, we're getting caught up. All right, let's go to that flop. Allen and Rob, the flop is 8-4 deuce. It's a rainbow.
175.
Action's on Allen.
175.
Bet is 175,000 chips. Quick call there by Rob. 175 and a call.
75,000 and a call.
Pot of over 700,000 chips. We go to the turn card now. It's the Jack of Diamonds. As you can see, we don't know Rob's cards.
So what are you putting Rob on here?
I have to think about this. He's who's been doing the betting? Allen's been doing the betting.
Allen's doing the betting and Rob's calling. Which I haven't found Rob to be much of a calling station, so he's got to have some sort of hand unless he just floated.
175.
I can't imagine a hand he'd float with here, possibly 10 jack or something of that sort.
So the bet is 175,000 by Rob. Yeah, I got a feeling it could be a queen jack, king jack. I think he might. I think he has a jack, and I think he's ahead in the hand. We go to the river card now, and that river card is the 4 of diamonds. So 2 pair for Allen, 7s and 4s. He's going to check over to Rob, and I think Rob is going to bet this again. It looks like he's going to reach in for chips there.
Yeah, I would bet Allen's going to check call, and unless the bet's really big.
Pot right now of 1.1. What's he going to bet here?
Which is it?
Looks like Allen's only got $1 million behind.
250 is the bet. 250,000. So a decision here for Allen. Does he make this call?
If he thought his hand was good on the turn, it's got to be good now.
Going to take a sip of whatever he's drinking there to calm his nerves before he makes his decision. I think he's beat. It's a matter of does he think he's
Rob
beat.
is very, very capable of making a bluff here, so it's.
Wow, I think Alan's going to look him up.
And Al's going
He
to make
did.
the call.
He makes the call.
Queen Jack is shown by
Queen
Rob.
Jack.
Yep.
He did have Queen Jack, so Rob is going to win that pot of 1.6 million, and Alan not happy with himself with that call, but yeah, the pot goes to Rob, and a big pot there for Rob W. How are you, sir?
Nice to see you.
Alan's probably not happy that he caught the jack on the turn more than anything else.
All right. So Dom is back. You're kind of doing double duty today.
Yeah,
You're doing payouts.
Hey, things are exploding down at the cage. Dom, please save us. So here we are. So I'll be getting my cardio in, and then of course the tournament, running
Right,
back
yeah.
and forth to the cage apparently at some points. But hey, you got to do what you got to do.
All right, taking a look at the money there. Next person eliminated will go home with just about 23,000. Sixth place, almost 29,000. The big cash up top, and second place, another six-figure score as well. I want to thank everybody for joining us online at the Twitch app. The whole setup for Twitch has just made this kind of thing so great, with the ability to have the content on the side and have our whole cards here. It's just finally got this broadcast down. So thanks to the fine folks at Twitch and our great crew here on the HPT.
Yeah, even when I'm not playing the events, I watch the final table almost every week.
John Sun made the initial raise here to 125,000 with ace-6 of diamonds. And he will get a raise and take pot there.
It's a great fold. Queens are no good. You'll get to
So
see.
3 players to the flop. We're having some problems there with some of our RFID cards. We don't see Rob's or Matt's. We'll try to address that in the break. The flop is Queen 9 tray, couple of diamonds, so a good flop there for John. We don't know what Rob has or Matt, and it looks like a check by John. Rob is going to go ahead and make a bet of 150,000.
Less than a third of the pot. I can't imagine John not calling. And that's also going to look him up.
Matt's going to
Possible
make the
check
call,
raise.
and
Yeah.
John's going to make the call.
No, John's going to raise it here.
He is
Those are
gonna
blue
raise it.
chips.
Yeah.
Up, he's going to go to
100Ks.
600,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the play out of May too.
Action back over to Rob.
Nice aggressive play by John there is
Yes.
rewarded.
John's going to take down that pot. So the action continues.
What's
So yeah, World Series right around the corner. Dom, you're going to go out there, and
Yes.
what's your job?
My
are you,
job
are you
is
commentating and paying people out, or are you
No,
dealing, or what are you doing?
I will be. This is going to be my 10th year dealing at the World Series of Poker, and I'm honored to be back there and do it again. And hopefully we'll be dealing to you and dealing to a whole bunch of other people around. What?
I said, how do you like that job?
It's fine. The atmosphere around the WSOP is just so extraordinary.
It really- it's just electric.
It's unlike
I believe it.
anything really I think in
believe
the
that.
world. I mean,
That seems to be
you
the stock answer.
compare it to
Yeah, you'll
something
see,
to like a really long
I believe
lengthy
that.
competition, like say the Olympics, the World Cup, or something like that. But we're making champions every single day out there, so it's really an extraordinary experience. And you know, if you do this long enough, you get to make a lot of friends both on the felt and off the felt. So it's,
How about enemies? Has anybody ever thrown a card at your face or
yes.
threatened your life? Has that ever happened? I gotta know.
Enemies are also to be found. I have had certain top pros cuss me out regularly, but you know that just kind of.
We won't name any
territory.
names.
Yeah, but not here. You know, if you want to buy me a nice dinner, you know, maybe we'll discuss that at a later time. But, yeah.
Everyone knows who you're talking about.
Well,
there's a short
actually,
list, I think. There's a
you
short
might be
list.
surprised at some of them. Yeah.
You got me.
But
good.
there
My
are
turn
some
to
usual
get you.
suspects in the group that you might be able to decipher.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, it's You hit it on the head, though, Dom. The World Series, that's where it's at every year. Everybody goes out. It's like summer camp. We get to see friends and family.
Yeah, a little bit.
And, you know, somebody leaves, many players leave millionaires after the World Series of Poker, and that's pretty cool, too. Maybe it'll be this year for you, Tony.
I sure hope so. I've been playing a lot of years to
You can't fold that.
keep running these small caches.
Probably the
Gary
tightest
Hairston's going to
That
go all
I'm
in
sure
here.
is not true. I'll find out on the live stream though.
Mystery cards.
Mystery cards. We'll see if anybody
We'll
looks them
find
up
that
so we
on
can
the
see
live
those
stream.
cards.
Nope.
And it doesn't look like it's going to happen. So, Kurt Gar.
So what happened to
executive-
Gary when I left that he went down to about 700,000 there? Did he just make
kind
a
of
call
a
and didn't get a floppy
Kind of a
light?
slow drip, pretty much, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Tom?
okay, nothing serious. All right.
Is the
A couple
ultra
of hands
rock.
where he mixed it up. But,
He plays a hand every 3 hours no matter what.
our Kirk, our executive producer,
usually
told us
his
he's
big
going to take a
blind,
look
too.
at the RFID cards that we're mixing,
I'm
and we're
gonna
going to try
say,
to
I
get
play a
that
hand every
fixed in
3
the
hours,
break.
too.
So I'll let you guys keep you guys posted on that. So we apologize that I'm
Come
not seeing all the
on,
hands.
don't
but
exaggerate.
that is technology, ladies and gentlemen. End of this level is our first break, so we'll get that fixed. 28 minutes. Casey. Casey gets out of the way. John's going to raise on the button at 115. And that familiar voice you hear in the background, that's Jeremy Smith, our tournament director from right here in the Chicagoland area.
It was very loud in that particular hand.
Yeah, all of a sudden he just, I think his microphone just turned on, I think is what happened. Pretty sure that's what happened.
Jeremy is one of the best directors I've run across in some. And just
Well, let's not go
years.
too far.
One of the best. He's one of the best.
He is very accommodating to
Yes,
all
he
needs.
is.
Yeah.
And,
I will say this: he's one of the nicest tournament directors that I've ever.
He's also one of the tallest tournament directors.
He
I'll
is the
give him that,
tallest,
yeah.
and he's one of the nicest.
You know,
He's-
if there was a basketball game for tournament directors, I would want him on our team.
although his
I'll
knees
say
are
that.
shot now,
I
hear,
know,
and it's
exactly.
Too bad.
Yeah. Great to have Jeremy on the road with us. He has been just a great addition. It's been going on 2-3 years now, so I shouldn't say addition, but I remember when they hired him, just immediately the crew, everybody loved him right off the bat, and just a real easy guy to get along with. All right, three
So we
players
got
to the
once again
flop.
we got 3 players and only 1 known hand, so this will be fun.
Yeah.
Casey
All right,
was
you
our,
guys are the professionals. You
Oh
need to
dear! Well, I can tell you this: the guy whose cards we can see got a very good flop. That's what I can tell you.
The flop is Jack 10 tray, the tray being the important part of this
Yes.
scenario. So John flopping a set. Again, I'm trying to talk a little quietly because I'm so scared. We're just so close to the final table. I don't want to give anything away or have anybody
Casey was
listening to us.
our pre-flop raiser here, so that's why he is doing a little pondering as to what John may have caught.
200,000 for Casey to make this call. Casey's going to fold his ace jack.
Look at that. Since you're gonna see
Okay, he's going to show it.
All right, there you go.
He's going to show.
You didn't want to make a move there, huh?
You didn't want any of that? Come on, Mike.
Casey
get
had
in
ace
there.
jack there?
No, I was just saying he had ace jack. No, I didn't say ace jack.
I don't think Casey would have folded it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Who's the dealer we have here, Dom? You
That
know?
is the lovely Shelley.
Shelley. Great to have Shelley back here.
And she is, I believe she's, I'm pretty sure she's a local dealer. She lives about an hour 15 away, something like that.
Pay for it.
Mother of 7, by the way. So she had quite the Mother's Day yesterday. Busy
Oh,
working.
wow,
Busy,
7.
busy working here,
Whatever you
away
guys
from
told
her,
me to do
away from her
was-
kids. Although most of them are
Yeah.
grown now.
Want to give a shout out to Dash Dudley, who's
If I
on
don't
the
look down at
stream.
the cards I'm looking
Talking
down, I
about.
will.
Everybody's being okay today. I haven't heard any bashing of Dom yet, so that's
I
good.
got to step up my game.
It's early. It's early. It's 1:29. Hey, Mr. Moon, why don't you take a seat here, my friend?
Brian Barron is going to go all in here with Ace King under the gun.
Let me borrow that mic.
It has not been the final table that he would certainly
Sometimes you get greedy in the game,
hope
John.
for
You
at
want
this
to
point
flop
for
a
him.
set and you want them to have aces? Come on, man.
Brian's going to take
Jeez.
down that pot. And Adam, we have a new guest here in the booth. He just went out of this tournament.
He looks like the guy I just gave some money to.
Yeah,
a minute
yeah,
ago.
you double duty.
Not a lot of money.
Yeah, Chris Moon.
Just a little money.
Yeah, what's going through your mind here?
More
is
money
you-
than I'm getting.
Yeah, for the month, right? Exactly. So things just didn't go real well for you here at this final table.
No, yeah, I was in a lot of precarious spots with a couple hands that I got.
The ace queen, when you had a 3-bet in front of you, you folded that one, which was probably the right thing. What did the 3-better have in that?
Probably worse than ace queen.
Yeah, no, there was at least one pocket pair, as I recall.
There was one pocket pair in that one.
He had already 3-bet for like 3/4 of my stack, and I knew he's not going to fold for any amount.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It was either.
That's what we talked about.
Yeah. Even if I think I have him dominated there, ICM says I should probably fold is my guess. So yeah, I just took it off. Probably could have shoved 3s against Rob when he opened the button.
You remember that hand? I remember it. He had a couple of overs. I forget it was only a half hour ago.
No, he can put a ton of pressure on me there with his stack. So I should be. I mean, I can defend that, but I could also shove it. Reason I didn't shove is I still had Paul to my left was shorter than me. I think Al was pretty close to me. Gary had already doubled up, and maybe Brian to my left at that point. Actually, I think Brian lost a lot of his stack a little bit later than that, so I don't think that was relevant. But yeah, it was still a couple stacks shorter than me or close to me, and I had position on guys that were as short as me going forward. So I don't know, I opted to lay that off.
But a nice payday for you. What are your plans for the cash? Right into the World Series bankroll? Is that the plan?
Basically.
Absolutely, yeah.
Battle Creek next weekend, and then
sure.
WSOP weekend after that, or 2 weekends after that.
Is it really that, Dom? Is it time for the World Series?
It's time. Orientation is like was like 2 weeks from yesterday.
Unbelievable.
So, yeah.
Can't wait to get out there. I'm going to try to go out 2 or 3 weeks. We're going to try to do some reporting out there, do some interviews, do some fun stuff, and just kind of hang out with everybody. Have a little bit more of a presence, for the HPT out there this year. So,
there's fun stuff to do in Vegas.
There's a few things. I got a brother out there. I can go visit him.
That.
Last time I visited Vegas, I never even saw him. The guy lives out there. I haven't seen him in about a year. I go to Vegas, and I don't see him one time.
Once again, our mystery hand here. John has limp called Rob's raise with ace-4 spades, and Rob is going to continuation bet with his mystery cards on a queen 9-3 board. And John logically folds, given his holdings there. And Rob is going to continue his steady move towards the chip lead if he doesn't have it already.
I haven't played a hand with you.
You just raised me 600,000 on check. Oh yeah.
You're just at 22 minutes left in the level, and then we will be taking our first break. So, did you drive or fly here?
I drove. I'm looking forward to this drive home. I've been in this casino and haven't really left the hotel in like 4 straight days. So
it's nice outside. The sun is shining.
Can't wait for you to see him.
That's
you can
perfect.
see what I've been re-raising you with. Can't wait.
When's your guys' next stop
Just do
after
me a
this
favor
one?
after
So
you
we
do
take
see it
off,
and you see
obviously,
the
for the World
come
Series,
up to
but
me and say,
then
Rob, you were right.
after that, we'll go to Golden Gates
Not a
again.
hug. Can you just say it?
For our
Just
event out
honest,
there, it's an
man.
$1,100 event that'll start on 7/5. That's July 5th, and the final table will
Just be
be
like, you know what,
on the
you were right on.
17th of July. So we found out that's kind of a wild card event for us, guys. And Dom, it worked out last
some
time we were there.
recognition-
Obviously, in
some
Colorado,
recognition
prize
from
pools
us.
are always huge.
Yeah, we
even for an
were
$1,100
kind of
event.
fingers crossed because hey, you're going right up against the World Series main event. Is this going to work? And it turned out pretty well for us.
But in our talks, a lot of you guys are out there for the whole series, but a lot of people go out for a week or a weekend or 2 weeks. They're not out there their entire time. So why should we shut down? Why not throw a tournament up there, especially for the folks in Colorado? They can work their schedule around that.
And also, you get the main event is for 10K buy-ins. All the smaller events are already long since gone.
Yeah.
So a good
And
opportunity.
Colorado's
for
an
some-
outlier too. I mean, every time I've been out there, I just can't believe the amount of action that's
It's
going on out
unbelievable.
there.
It's
And
unbelievable.
even on weekends where you're like, oh yeah, people are going to be so busy this weekend doing other things for holidays. Like, nope, they show up.
Yeah,
and
they
get
just
600
show up.
people in a
Yeah.
HPT event or so.
Yeah, and I've got to say, for us, boy, I feel like we know more people when we're out there in Colorado than we do in our hometowns. It's just, you talk about just a meeting place for all of our friends to get together from all the stops that we do. It's always Colorado. There's just something about it. There's something about the air. There's something in the air out there.
There
in
is
Colorado, and
something in the air.
I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I will say this: when I think of properties that we don't go to anymore, I really miss Soaring Eagle.
Yeah.
The event that you got second place on, just a great property. We had a lot of fun out there. And really, those were some of the biggest prize pools we ever had on the HPT. We're up there in Michigan.
There needs to be a rally around getting the casinos in Detroit to whatever the holdup is. There needs to be 2-3 events there. I mean, if there's an event in Hammond and you see the crowds you guys are drawing there, I mean, Detroit, for whatever its reputation around the rest of the country, is coming up. Downtown is just doing amazing.
Yeah.
I'm down there now, and you know, I think the scene is set for 2-3 stops of Hammond-like size if we can find a way to get it going. So I hope the powers that be will make it work.
The right politicians have to get bribed, basically, is
Yeah.
the way it
Wow.
always works.
He says
I
it
mean,
right there on the broadcast. Okay.
I believe it.
It's not really complicated.
I totally
folks.
believe
really
it.
isn't.
Detroit, a little bit like Chicago, Illinois. So Casey's going to get out of the way. Rob raising.
Did
it
I
up
hear
here.
all in somewhere?
I thought
did.
I heard an all in.
Yeah, Brian has moved all in for 520K with his ace-8. And Rob made the initial raise with his mystery cards, and we'll see if he wants to put another 420K. Certainly has the chips to be able to risk something here.
Brian here, another player that just hasn't had a whole lot of traction at this final table.
He's actually had reverse traction. He's gone the wrong way in a hurry.
Yeah, in a hurry he did.
He got a little handsy on that ace-ace board earlier, it looked like. That's another factor that kind of led to some of my decisions today. I was like, man, even some of these guys sitting at like $1+ million, like aren't for sure going to hang on to it for very long. You know, some of these guys could like dust off their stacks, and I could jump up the ladder. So it wasn't very straightforward. You know, I'm the shortest, I have to go with it, or I'm second shortest. There's a couple guys ahead of me that were prone to get knocked out.
Would you rather almost be playing in a short stack situation as opposed to kind of that middle 4, 5, 6 in a final table, so you have to deal with those kind of decisions?
I mean, yeah, that's a good point. Guys like Rob will probably put me to a couple tests. I mean, he did when we were like 27 to 15 handed the other day. But I don't know. I don't think too many other people at the table would mess with me too seriously if I was at that kind of stack depth. So, I mean, obviously I'd always prefer to have more chips than less chips, but yeah, you got a good point that there's a couple extra decisions that come with having more chips.
We got an all-in player here. Allen has 3-bet shoved with ace-jack of hearts. Casey was our initial raiser with 2 black 8s. And it looks like we're going to get a call.
Casey's going to make the call. So,
go ahead, Casey.
Classic race situation here. Allen with ace-jack, Casey with the pocket 8s. And Allen all in for his tournament life here. He's going to have to improve. I know what always happens to me when I've got the 8s here, but hopefully for Casey, his hand will hold up. But we'll see as we go to the flop. And like I said, Allen needs to improve or he will be eliminated from this HPT main event. The flop is 10-6 Trey.
Again, we have to talk with these dealers about getting some drama flops here. I mean, we got no hearts, we got barely a straight draw anywhere.
What?
8 of hearts.
Oh, and that's going to do it right
8 of
there.
hearts.
Casey hits his set on the turn, and Alan Crockey, one of our local guys, is going to finish in 7th place.
$22,992. And Dom, I'm told they can hear us in the other room, so we got to remember to keep our voices down here. We don't want to be a. Tony's going to step aside. Chris is going to come on over. Stop back later, Tone, in a little bit for sure. Yeah. And we've got another guest coming up momentarily too. Yeah, in about 5 minutes, we're going to have our next guest in the booth. So just like that, Dom, we are down to 6. Is my math correct? We're down to 6
Your
now.
math is correct. And again, another one of our short stacks is coming into this final table has taken the fall. We've had a 6, 7, and 9 as far as entries coming into today are the 3 players that have been eliminated. The only one who has survived so far is Gary Herstein. And again, we talked about how that double up in the first hand was so critical for him going forward.
Yeah, that was big.
Okay,
Not
looks
big
like
for me. It's the opposite of big for me.
You're right, yeah, exactly. Okay, it looks like Brian's got a hand here.
Speaking of Pocket Kings.
Yeah. And again, we got to keep our voice down, guys, because I don't want anybody to hear what we're commentating about back here.
We need to get longer cords then as well, so we can move our TV, our broadcast position a little further back.
Dom gets very excited when he sees Pocket Kings. I don't know what it is. So now that we're down to 6 players, it always reminds me of what the HPT used to be. It used to always be a 6-handed final TV, final table. The flop, 2 5s and an ace.
Ace magnets.
So check.
It really does seem like a whole lot more than the 22% it is mathematically that an ace is going to hit the flop.
Look at this, another ace on the turn.
One.
So 2 pair on the board, aces and 5s.
King's got to be good here.
Let's go
Don't
to
see
the
the
river
other
card.
hand.
Yeah. Ooh, I thought it might be the king ball. Queen of spades.
Rob's liable to put in like some
I think
weird
Brian's going to
trades
be
here.
okay here. Yeah, I think that's a fold, and Brian's going to win his 2 pair. His 3 pair are good, aces, kings, and 5s as he drags that pot. So let's go back to, Chris, your 2nd place finish in Michigan. What was that, 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 summers ago now.
Yeah, and talk about your opponent, a buddy of yours, right?
Yeah, Josh and I grew up playing a lot of the same charity rooms and cash games around Michigan when we were between 18 and 21, and then when we both turned 21, we were playing a lot at Motor City together and traveled to tournaments, and just so happened that trip we drove out together and took first and second, which is the pipe dream everybody talks about when they go out with their friends, right?
Yeah, so cool, so cool. So you had a piece of each other, so you had to figure that out too, or how did that work
No, we
out?
actually didn't have a piece
Oh,
of
no?
each other.
Oh, wow.
I remember you guys talking to me on dinner, like, "Oh, you guys gonna chop this up?" And I'm like, "No, we're gonna cut each other's throats
Right,
if we can."
exactly,
It's
yeah.
always been that way. So.
And how's your father doing?
My dad's doing good.
Good.
He sold one of his businesses
Oh, he
since
did.
then,
He
and
did.
he's picked up beekeeping, and he's kind
Oh
of
my gosh.
yeah, he's kind of a dude like that. He just picks up something interesting and obscure and just obsesses over it for a while. I guess it's kind of like me with poker.
It's all right, man. That's very cool.
So you're going to go like into origami in 2 months or something? Or what's it
Yeah,
gonna
probably
be?
something way out there, like make my money by some age and then go into like astrophysics or something like that. Just something way off the beaten path.
Well, Brian gets kings and queens in back-to-back hands here and is able to add a nice little, probably almost 50% of his stack, 50% to his chip stack, I should say.
Got to give a shout out to a good friend of ours, a guy we traveled with a lot over the years, Paul Orstein,
Yes.
making his appearance here on the stream. I called him Ornstein for the first
I mean,
2
I'm
years
really
I
trying
knew
to
him, and he
line
never
up on
corrected
camera.
me. And then he corrected me one night, and I didn't remember it because he found me in the BAR. But I later found out it's Orstein, not Ornstein. But one of the best journalists
I guess we won't see
around
it in
did a
15
great
minutes.
job with us. In fact, he was at your Michigan event, maybe. I think he might have been reporting on that event. But great to have Paul with us.
I will
here
see
on
him at the World
stream.
Series this summer.
You will see him. Yeah, he's always in a good mood, always joking around. So, Paulie, we miss you, and when I get out to Vegas, I'll come out and say hi.
Okay, well, we've had a lot of kings and queens and jacks 10 suited and pretty standard hands getting involved here, but now all of a sudden we're going to the king 5 and queen deuces and stuff all of a sudden showing up here at this particular hand. Now Brian's going to fold his queen deuce. Another mystery hand here.
Flats out of the small blind.
Yeah.
I guess you don't really want to be blowing up pots against Rob.
Especially, well, these are the two big stacks at the table right now, so
And Rob's
They're
not
not gonna
folding
bring
many
out-
3-bets there.
yeah, they're not going to bring out a whole lot of warheads at this stage, I don't think.
Donking's very interesting.
Matt's going to take down that pot.
We're
Now-
gonna show these hands, man.
Kirk, I'm going to ask you here on the microphone, do we want to replay Chris's hand while he's here? Is that what you're
You guys really
referring
want to drill the needle, huh?
Well, when he leaves, okay, he's telling me we're going to go ahead and replay
Yes.
that. So
You're really
yeah.
gonna make me go over my own hand in the
we're,
booth?
we're needling you a little bit,
Yeah.
you know. That's what we
All
what
right,
we do
so
here
yeah, on the flop, I
HPT.
did not hit any of my cards, and then on the turn, nope, still didn't hit any cards, and then on the river, I lost.
Yeah, that's
Expert commentary.
James is far cooler than I would have been in this situation. Gee, I just want to say that right now.
So, Chris, when you're not playing poker, what's a guy like you do back in Detroit?
I've been trying to move over and transition to day trading futures.
Very
so
cool.
since the election, I was day trading currencies.
So something
betting-
a little less risky than poker.
Yeah,
is what you're looking for.
it's actually funny because I'm drawn to it because it's a way you can manage your net worth where you're not going up and down, each quarter like vast chunks of your net worth like
well,
you do with
you
poker.
hope not to be, but
We've got an all in here from Brian. He is 3-bet shoved on Matt, who made the initial raise with mystery
No way.
cards.
Nice hand, man.
He's going to lay
What's
that
up with these
down.
mystery
So-
cards? Matt just doesn't have to show his cards for this
well,
final
I think
table?
we're having some RFID issues,
Yeah.
and we're going to look at that here in the break. There you see the prize pool. Next, sixth place money, $28,269. I'm sure in the back of your mind you were thinking about laddering up a couple of spots at least.
Well, yeah, that is the goal.
That's always
Yeah.
the goal. Yeah, you want to ladder all the way to the top.
He's like, nah, I just want to shank out of here in 9th place.
Right, yeah.
It was, yeah, I mean, a lot of the decisions were, the few decisions I got to make today were
Exactly.
fueled by a couple guys might bounce before me, and
Right.
you make an extra 10, 20K if you're
Yes, I got
patient enough. So
20.
We wish you the best of luck this summer. Hopefully you can
Second
keep the heater going.
hey, thanks a lot. I'll be playing a ton of
24.
these and MSPTs and all that stuff for the rest of the year, trying to chase all your Player of the Year points. And
Yeah, you bet. You bet. Action back here to Casey.
John's not going to
win
let
that.
Casey limp from the small blind on his big.
So if you had to make a prediction, Chris, who takes down this title if you had to give us a prediction.
You know, I think my favorite's got to be John, and shortly behind him, I would say Casey. Casey's got the experience. John, I don't know how to rank his experience, but he seems like he's got a style that's working really well. He had a couple like big 3-bets where people are just like peeling him and then check folding to him a ton, and he just seems like he's figured that out and is pounding it. So we'll see what happens.
John won an MSPT main event in Iowa last July for over 100K.
Yeah, I have a hard time telling how it's going to go with some of these like former main event winners when I'm playing with them. I mean, I had like Gary's all in.
Gary's all in for his last 600K after Rob made the
Under the
gun
open and
raise
Gary
from his
stuffs.
big blind.
Rob can like never call here.
Getting some comments here. Answer 22 calls you Cash and Chris Moon. Amazing. And Dash reminded us, good fold with the pocket threes. Chris, guy flopped trip 8.
Oh my God, of course he did.
That's what it was. Yeah, he did. I remember that now.
He's running so ungodly against me the last 2 days. It's been unreal.
Oh, there's nothing worse than that. Nothing worse than that.
Good hand.
Ask Dash if he stuffs there.
I'm back in that mode, you know.
Dash might know. Dash would know
What do I say? What do I say?
if he would stuff threes pre-flop there. It's. I mean, I was.
Yeah, I think it was like 8-6 or 8-7, something like that. No, it was 9-8 off.
He's opening so
It was
wide
9-8
there.
off.
I still had I made an MSPT final table in Vegas this summer or this earlier this year near the Super Bowl, and I got burned like that really hard where I attacked wide button open range with like a small pocket pair, just crammed over and ran immediately into an overpair. And it just felt so gross, like the big differences between first and fourth. It's a little different situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Had that definitely burning in the back of my mind when I was looking at threes there.
All right, John with the pocket 10s. Yeah, it's very frustrating. We can't see these other cards. So I'm going to leave it up to you guys to take that.
Well, given what John's been doing so far in this final table, I'm a little bit surprised to see him not 3-betting there with those 10s.
Casey open button. Oh, open cutoff.
Open cutoff at 120.
I mean, the one per.
And now here comes
I
the
don't even
3
know
bet.
that he
Look at
wants this
this.
though. He doesn't want this. I mean, that's one of the.
Wow,
Okay,
look
now you
at
can
this.
fold. Now you can fold. But I
And
don't
now
think
Rob
John
has
wants
4-bet
that.
over the top.
We haven't even gotten to John yet.
John, one, of
John
the,
folds 10s.
Yeah.
one of the perks there is that flatting 10s induces him to shove here, but I don't think Gary's going to get out of line. I don't think you want 10s there that often. You're not incredibly
So
happy
pocket
about it.
sixes, pocket kings,
ends
great
up being-
fold, great fold.
Yeah,
under
ends up
10s
being a
there.
really brilliant play by John, saving himself some money.
Absolutely, yeah.
I do really think John's
Yeah,
like
for sure.
side calling,
He raised,
or Rob's.
I'm out.
No, John, excuse me, is side calling Gary's all in.
Flop is 8, 7, 5.
You know, it's
Wow, interesting here for
4-9,
Gary.
4-9-6.
Bonus
Open
outs for
ender,
Gary now.
Absolutely. Any 4, any 9. He's looking for a 6. He's got outs. Let's go to the turn card. It's the 10 of spades.
Oh my God, that would have been funny.
People always say it's close.
You know,
It's really not close when it's a 10 and a 9. It's just a totally different card.
4-9-6.
It is a 4-spotter, but
All right, now we go to the river.
Once
Gary
again-
all in for his tournament life.
see those darkened numbers up top there. 2 of the outs have been folded already, so that's why that
8
4 and that
outs.
6 are faded out.
Gary's standing up. It's worked for him all day long. Let's see if he can do it again.
No. Yes.
To the river we go. And it's the ace of clubs, a flank for Gary.
I'll tell you what, considering
Shove.
considering his chip stack coming in, I think he's very happy with 6th place. He got that double up, as he said, right out of the gate. I think he only had 12 big blinds to start the day. And so getting 6th place for him certainly
Thank you. Thank you.
28,000.
and that's his biggest lifetime
Biggest
cash
lifetime
right there.
cash. 28,000.
His previous high was just over 25.
Very, very good play here for him at this HPT final table. So Dash said, online I think I shove, but this HPT is a great tourney with great structures. Playing with these guys post-flop is good, I think. So that's what
Yeah.
Dash said.
I'll have to take a look at that later
would
because
too?
I'm kind of both ways on that.
Well, yeah.
I know.
So I
know Rob's gonna just have to fold like a huge percentage of the time. He's just opening over two cards there, but it really burns to run into like 7s plus there or something like that if he does end up calling me.
All right, folks. Well, now that we are down to 5-handed, let's go ahead and give away some swag here. The HPT is teamed up with Razor Clothing. So all you have to do is type Razor in the. I'm going to do it myself. You put Razor.
You can't win, though.
No, I can't win. I'm going to try to steal one of those anyway. Type Razor in here, and we will draw one winner. We'll probably draw a couple of winners for a Razor T-shirt. We've got some poker apparel from them. Our crew is wearing it, and we've done a great promotion with them, a partnership with them. And if you want to check out all of their gear, head on over to razor.clothing. That's razor.clothing, and check it out. Matt's got my favorite pocket pair, the old 9s, next to aces, of course.
Why are they
Just
your
gonna
favorite pair?
three-bet. I just seem to do very well with
Okay.
them. That's all. Everybody's
That's
got
fair.
their,
Yeah.
you know, obviously aces are my favorite pocket pair, but
Kata loves those.
Cat does. He sure
I-
does.
You just got 4-bet. No.
4-bet to
That was-
1 million by 8-6 off. So John has really stepped outside the bounds here.
I was just about to say too. It looked like the open was 125, and then this 3-bet was 250. And I was gonna say that sizing looks like it's kind of like he's kind of nervous about his 3-bet there. I wonder if John picked up on that and just unloaded. Did I see that right? It looked like 125.
Yeah, it's
and then
125 to
250.
250 to 1 million.
Yeah, he's like, no, I'm over this. Wow, I love it. I mean, you can never flat 8-6, so might as well just try and pump him off his hand. It's going to be a ton of pressure on him too, because it's going to be a big chunk of his stack, and he's not going to want to give it up.
9s are
Well,
starting to shrink
250
after
at this
that.
point is probably only about what, maybe 10% of what was stack here initially. So he doesn't have to get froggy in this particular situation if he doesn't want to.
Oh man, yeah, nice hand, John. I like it.
Oh,
he
he shows the
Oh,
play.
Yeah, I like
sicko.
it. I like
Yes.
it.
I do not love showing, but I do
No.
love the play.
Yeah, I do love the play.
John exuding confidence so far at this final table. Like we said, he's one of those guys who's been around and done it before. 19 career cashes coming into today, including that MSPT back in July, last July, where he won over $100,000. So
5-handed. Oh man, 9s. I don't know how you.
I know,
I
man.
don't know how you don't go with it there, but it feels gross to try and go with it. So
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah.
really tough spot.
If you're just joining us in the booth with me,
And
it's
we've
Chris
seen a-
Moon and
yeah.
Dominic Siebert.
we've seen plenty of big pocket pairs already here today. So
Yeah.
9 is going to be. We saw John fold 10s earlier on. So
Yeah.
like, what, 3 hands ago? So
And we've seen queens 6
Queens
or 7
and
times,
kings, yeah.
kings. Haven't saw aces once. Aces, no showdown. 2 minutes left, and then we'll take a short break.
And I'm hungry. I need some lunch, so I'm glad for that. It's all about me, you understand here.
Well, yeah. Like I said on Twitter, where's my cheese plate and my bottled water? And I don't see it here.
Well, I told you that was Jeremy's responsibility.
There was
but
some
he's busy running
leftover
the tournament.
Scope mouthwash. That's about it.
Okay.
But,
They didn't have your rider ready for you.
no,
when
they
you
didn't
got
have my
in?
rider. I'm actually not joking
What
about
kind
this.
of-
There was nothing here that was on my rider.
Cooler there again.
Amateur hour is this?
Welcome to the old HPT.
You're at least calling
So at the end here, we are going to watch that replay of your elimination hand, and you know what? I think we're going to keep you hanging around, and we'll watch it together. I mean,
All right.
this is fun. I mean,
Yeah, that'll be a nice pill to swallow before I drive home. Thanks, guys.
right? Yeah. Flop here is queen, 10, deuce, couple of spades. Thanks for being a good sport, by the way. We sure appreciate
Somebody has
it.
an ace in their hand for sure. Yeah.
This was a limp pot pre-flop between the 2 blinds, so Casey might just say, "Hey, let me bet my deuce and see what happens."
Casey's got the king. Okay.
Yeah.
And looks
Brian.
like
Brian's gonna
shortest. Shortest. Everybody else has got good chunk of stack.
Yeah,
They
Brian's
should-
got about 1.1 million, and I want to say, where'd my?
So everybody else has got like 30 bigs, 40 bigs, and then
Yeah, it's gonna be probably 30.
Brian's
Yeah.
got 22.
Now, the last time we were here, Dom, I want to say the final table wrapped up around 10:30 at night. I believe our heads-up went about 2 hours. And so far, things moving along pretty quick here at this final table as we are down to our final 5. And it looks like Dom's going to have to exit again to go do some You're a very popular guy. Very popular guy. So this will be the last hand before the break, so we're going to go ahead and call this one, and then we'll step aside, but make sure not to go too far. It'll just be a short 10-minute break is all. A lot of people keep asking about the payouts, and we have those posted, and we'll let you know what those are. We got Corey Stewart coming in here. Corey Stewart, how are you, my friend?
What's up, buddy? Just popping in for a quick minute to say hello.
Hey, we just read this this Razor clothing deal we got. Thanks for helping out with that. The shirts look great. The crew loves them. And, folks, all you got to do is type Razor, R-A-I-S-E-R. Don't spell it the way I did in the chat box.
Over here. Don't listen to him.
But
yeah, we've already got a lot of entries on that. Big thanks to Wes over at Razor Clothing for setting us up with that deal. I think it's a great partnership for both of us. And John at the table looking great in his Razor shirt, as is our crew.
And
so.
I love the hats. The hats look good too, buddy.
Yeah.
Really buttoned up today. It's all
right,
right, man.
Yeah,
Pretty
it's
cool.
a great stream.
Pretty cool. All right, Rob's going to take down that pot. So we are going to step aside now for a break, but before we do that, we're going to replay the final hand of Mr. Chris Moon as he goes out. So let's go ahead and watch this together. You didn't look very happy right there.
Yeah, I don't do super well with final table flips. Lost a pretty big one at my most recent one too. So it's just, you're 50% to double up and still have a really short stack, or you're 50% to be out of there. So it's never a fun situation.
So 2 overs to the 7s. What's going through your mind here as you see this flop of 2 trays and a deuce?
Standard. That's all I thought. I was like, oh yeah, no spades, no clubs, 2 unders, and maybe we can backdoor 4 or 5 or something dramatic. But
so we go to the turn card now, and it gets even worse for you as the 10 of spade comes off. You see the percentages. At this point, you're thinking, what's the quickest way out of Gary, Indiana, or East Chicago to get back to
I'm
Detroit?
thinking, is there construction on 94 on the way home? I can't remember. I don't have a GPS right now.
I saw a little smile there for you at the end, and then the deuce of spade or deuce of diamond comes off. So 2 pair on the board. Your ace actually plays there, but unfortunately he's got 7.
Yeah,
so
2 pair.
Right, yeah, exactly. So
strong hand.
Right. You shake everybody's hand, and not for nothing though, 18,000 plus. So put that right into the you even shook Jeremy's hand. Chris Moon. It's a great picture from the mean streets of Detroit, Michigan.
Downtown Detroit, Michigan.
In seat number 7, 18,846. Well, folks, we're going to step aside and take a quick 10-minute break. As you see up top, we're playing for over $173,000, and we'll have more action on the HPT coming up after this break. Welcome back to the Ameristar Casino East Chicago as we broadcast here from the main event. It's your old pal James Larson alongside Dominic Seibert. And before we get back to the action, let's go ahead and watch that last hand, the elimination hand for Gary.
Yeah, Gary Herstein got it all in with sixes against pocket kings. Ended up with a great flop, getting open-ended in addition to his set draw, but the run-out did not favor him. He ended up with a 10 of spades on the turn, which didn't really help. And then, of course, the ace on the river shut him down, and he was our 6th place finisher. As we said, it was it's his biggest cash, and goodness knows he's had a few of those. He's had over $250,000 in career earnings coming in. This was his 85th tournament cash here. At the HPT main event, not at the HPT main event, but in his career, obviously.
Right, yeah.
And at 28,269 is a career high for him. So congratulations to Gary, as we said earlier, long-time professional out of Chicago here. And we're going to send it up to Jeremy to get the cards back in the air here momentarily.
Let's do that right now. We'll send it over to our tournament director, Jeremy Smith. And we have a special guest in the studio now in our live broadcast room. He is a poker journalist. His name is Bob Popper. Bob, welcome to the show. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you guys?
Doing great. Once again, look at this, queens. What is it with these queens, Dom?
We've had some really big hands here throughout the course of the day. Another one right out of the chute, as we had, of course, that big one to start off the day, a kings versus queens situation, but. This time it looks like Casey will not be getting any takers here, and he will take this pot down. So anyway, you were saying hi to Gary.
Yes, yeah. So, Mr. Popper, you're a journalist. What kind of work have you done lately? And you wrote a book, I'm even told.
Well, I wrote for a poker magazine. I didn't write a book, unless you're talking about Mr. Popper's Penguins, but I can't take credit.
Can't take credit for that. No.
That was some ancestor down the road, but. I wrote for a poker magazine starting back in 2005, actually, and worked most recently for Poker Player until the owner Stanley passed away recently, and they haven't really put that back together. But it's been an enjoyable journey for me for the past 10, 12 years.
Absolutely. Pocket nines here for Rob. John with the hand that Doyle Brunson made very famous, the old 10 deuce. Matt with pocket fours. The raise was to 175 by John. We've seen John mix it up today, Dom, on a couple occasions.
We have on a couple
and I like
occasions.
it. I like it.
Yeah, and Matt's going to 3-bet him here out of the small blind with his fours.
John is on the button, though, as he was the original raiser. But, yeah, the 3-bet to 460 by Rob. And now over to Matt. Wow, this hand could get real interesting. John's going to get out of the way. So nines up against fours. And we go to the flop, and it's king 5-4, 2 hearts. Again, folks, if we sound like we're being quiet, it's because we were told we were being a little too loud, and they could maybe hear us next door, our laughter. But now Rob's going to check over to Matt.
Yeah, the king is the only thing that's could be saving Rob right here.
Right,
obviously.
yeah, exactly.
There's another pair out there, another card out there higher than his nines. And Matt is praying that Rob has something like ace-king at this point. We know that is not the case, obviously, but I doubt Matt will be able to make much more out of this hand, which, when you flop bottom set, obviously you're looking to get a big score.
Right.
I don't think that's going to take place here.
So the bet was 300,000.
Which is kind of an interesting looking bet. It's a 300,000 bet into a pot of over $1 million, and Matt's going to continue with his advantage here, as that 3 doesn't change a whole lot.
Yeah,
for
turn
either
card
player.
is the 3 of clubs. So Rob's going to check. Now over to Matt.
Again, this is blind versus blind here, folks. You have to bear that in mind as well.
Okay, so Matt's going to go ahead and make a bet.
About 410 or so.
Can you tell folks what the denoms are, Don?
Yeah,
We've been around them all week.
The silver chips are worth 5,000, the golds are 25K, and the blue chips are worth 100,000, and that is going to induce a fold from Rob. So a nice pot there by Matt to get him close to the chip. Those were the 2 big stacks, as you see there on your screen, coming as we came back from break. Rob actually started with the hand with just over 5 million, and lost about about 700,000 in that hand. So it's now much tighter up at the top. Then you see a big drop off to Casey and Brian there, 29 and 17 big blinds respectively. So especially Brian is going to be looking to get a double up here probably within the next 45 to 60 minutes.
It's James and Dom alongside poker journalist Bob Popper. Now, Bob, working in Chicago, you're surrounded by some of the best poker players in the country. It's got to make your job pretty easy.
Well, we did have a pretty good barrel of fish out there, if
Yeah.
you want to say that. But it was enjoyable. I've been out to Vegas. The first one I covered was a 2005 WSOP out there. And actually even knew Jeremy in his previous stomping grounds out here.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
And
Boy,
You told me
nobody
that
ever.
Jeremy was a player?
no, I said stomping grounds.
He can't play.
You know, he went pretty deep in a tournament down the street last month, so we'll talk about that later in the episode.
I think that was fake news. I think there was.
I think it might have been too. I think they were all conspiring together. It was just a Facebook fake. No, congratulations to Jeremy, and yeah, he's been a big part of this poker community as well. Do you ever see any of the big celebrities playing poker around here? You ever watch Michael Jordan play the game at any of your stops when you've been covering poker?
I did run into him a couple of times. Actually, he and Scottie Pippen were playing at one of the casinos. It starts with an H. Down the road a little bit
Sure.
in Joliet, and playing blackjack, just like any other normal person would.
Yeah, 10K a hand, smoking
yeah,
cigars,
yeah,
roped
just,
off. Sure,
you know,
I mean it's just
standard.
another Friday night for most of us. Yeah.
Tipping purple chips. you know.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. So action over here to Matt. Matt's on the button.
He is calling Rob's raise.
Rob raises up to 125,000. Matt makes the call. Brian gets out of the way. Casey here with ace 8.
We did go through all the positions with our RFID cards and determined that it wasn't the card's fault; it was the players.
Yeah, we're gonna blame. Yeah, we're gonna blame the
For not
players.
putting them on the correct location.
Yeah.
And that's the situation we have here. Is we have three-way action on the flop, and only one hand is known at the moment.
A jack and 2 5s. Casey's in the lead because he's the only one that we can actually see
Yes.
has cards. So I've got to give Casey the edge here right now.
But he is checking, and Rob is checking as well. Matt's going to take his position shot here for nearly half the pot.
He's going to bet 200,000. That might be good enough.
Get it done here.
Okay.
I did see that Rob didn't seem too enthused about that flop, even though we didn't know what he had.
And I can go ahead and just say he's going to win that pot with his quad 5s because we'll never
Sure.
know, so nobody can say that I'm wrong. And we'll ask him after the. We might not even ask him after the event. We'll just go with quad 5s. So glad you're joining us, or with us rather, here on this Twitch broadcast as we broadcast from the Ameristar Casino East Chicago. And you know, Bob, we've been here 9 times now, and it just seems to get bigger and bigger. It's awesome to see this kind of enthusiasm for the sport of poker here in the Chicagoland area.
Well, it's absolutely fabulous. Originally, I think it was 1 tournament a year, and now we went into 2, and you could probably fill 3 or 4 if you had the time
Absolutely.
and the chairs.
I think we're scheduled for 3 next season.
I believe so, yeah. And I'll even mention down the road the Majestic Star was where we really had some of our real big tournaments as we started as a company. And I got to thank another Dominic, Dom from who's down in Florida now, Dom Nero, who brought us into the Majestic, and we saw those prize pools just get huge here in the Chicagoland area. And now we move things over to this property, and I'll tell you what, we love being here. Look at this flop.
Nice flop for Matt.
Yeah, well, nice flop for both players here. Ace, King, 10, a little better for Matt than it is for John. John pairs his king, but Matt flops the Works burger with cheese here. 7 of diamonds.
And he's going to be very coy about it with obvious reason.
Yeah.
Trying to get as much value as he can here.
And look at John putting 3 of those blue chips out there, or rather Matt.
That was a pretty quick raise for Matt there on John's initial bet to see if his king was good, and he's going to lay it down now.
Yeah!
And he does show, Matt does show the nuts there. So, and with a wink and a smile.
That got him talking and smiling a little bit there, obviously. Want to thank the folks at Razor Clothing for their poker apparel. We're doing a little partnership with them, and if you type in Razor, R-A-I-S-E-R, in the comment area, you can go ahead and be registered to win one of those T-shirts, and we'll give those away today, and we'll announce the winners here coming up probably in about a half an hour. So we've teamed up with the Razor Clothing. If you haven't checked out their gear yet, head on over to the website and take a look. It's razor.clothing, R-A-I-S-E-R.clothing.
Matt has regained the chip lead that he started with here at the final table.
Look at this.
With his last couple of wins there, including taking a couple of pots from Robbie as well. And Brian, who, as we said, has had his struggles and is now down under 20 big blinds, is the man who has dealt pocket kings here, and he is going to raise it up kind of small. Looks like it was 135, I think is what I saw there. 130, okay. And John's kind of giving him a funny look about it, saying, why are you only raising that much? As if he knows something.
All right, so 130,000. Action on Casey.
Casey makes it 300K with unknown cards. We're going to find out if Casey has anything pretty quickly here, because I certainly imagine Brian is putting all of the rest of his chips in the middle.
And I'm going to say one of Casey's cards is an ace. It's my only prediction. What do you think, Dom?
Sure, why not?
Okay. You can take the
I've done events where we have no hole cards.
Yeah.
And I've done events where we have all hole cards. But half and half kind of like this makes it a little bit awkward. And Casey has now been put to the test and has quickly mucked his hand.
Yeah.
And Brian gets some much-needed assistance for his chip count right there, as he is now over 20 bigs for the first time in a long time.
So the HPT has run 22 main events in Chicagoland without a repeat winner. Now, 2 Chicagoland main event champs made day 2, Eddie Ochana and Casey Carroll. Ochana is considered one of Chicago's best cash players, and I know, Bob, you've seen him out and about at the events that you've reported on.
I have, and again, it's almost unsurpassed players in this area unless you get to the coast or Vegas, of course.
And Aaron Massey came very close. You know, he won a title here, and then I believe he finished second a few years back, or maybe it was second and then a title, I forget. But Aaron Massey's actually going to join us later here on the broadcast, and that's always fun to have some color in here with Aaron.
He is quite incorrigible, just for certain.
So we got some action cards here. Ace King for Casey.
So that Queen Jack fold, I was a little bit surprised
Yeah,
to see that Queen
it was
Jack
quickly folded.
jumped
Yeah,
out of play there.
That all happened very fast there, very fast. It was good to see Nick Jivkov. He's won a WSOP circuit.
Finished top final 3 tables, I think, of this event. I want to say like 21st, 22nd, somewhere in there.
Yep.
Very disappointed with his buzzer. I think he had a couple of bad beats as he came down the stretch before the end of his stint here. My former broadcast colleague, in fact, did the event with him down in New Orleans.
I want to thank Chicago Joe for some of these stats. You're good friends with Joe, aren't you, Bob?
Joe is just an unbelievable encyclopedia of statistics.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
He knows more about me than I think I know about myself.
Yeah, he's pretty darn good. And whenever I'm in Chicagoland, we always get these emails from him. So, Joe, thank you for everything you do for the sport of poker. So we got a couple of pocket pairs here. Matt with pocket 8s and John's with pocket 3s. We've seen 8s a few times, and we've seen 3s a few times.
And now we have Brian shoving.
Wow, unbelievable.
Into these pairs, and John almost exposed his hand there slightly
Yeah,
a little bit. He looked
I was waiting for you to get your hat on and go in there. You've already
well, no, he looked at Jeremy, and I think off to the side there, and Jeremy was giving him a little bit of a stink eye, and so he was like, "Oh no, I didn't mean to do anything like that."
Speaking of Nick, by the way, he final tabled event number 1 here, which is
that's going to make the call.
He is going to make that
call.
call.
Are we in a flip situation, or do we have it down? Because Brian just shoved with kings a minute ago.
Squeezed.
Now Brian is all in for his tournament life, so we wait to see what Brian will table. Oh boy, it doesn't sound very good.
I thought I heard 9-6 suited, and that is what he has.
He does have 2 live cards, but this could be trouble here for Brian. You see the percentages, about 70-30.
He was trying to take some blinds down, and Matt was able to sniff it out, or just decided to play for a flip, and it's now much better off than he thought it would be.
Look at
this board.
9-8-6, unbelievable. A set for Matt and 2 pair for Brian.
Considering the kind of boards that we've seen throughout the day with all the low number cards, that's not unusual. So it's not surprising to all to see these 2 hands hit.
Right, wow. So you look at the outs there for Brian.
Yeah, he just needs the 9s, because anything else, any other board pairing combination obviously gives Matt a better full house, or gives Matt quads.
So there's the king of diamonds. So now the percentage is 95 to 5%.
You got to feel bad for me. You saw that 9 in the window, and then he sees a 6 coming behind it.
Yeah,
and there's
and then
the 8
all
in
of a
the
sudden
back door.
The dagger just kind of hanging out with the 9 and the 6. Still 1 card to go. Can Brian keep his tournament hopes alive? It's not meant to be. It's the Jack of Clubs, and that is going to do it for Brian. He has been eliminated.
See, that's the thing.
Goes wild.
That's the thing. Sometimes is when you get some good fortune, like some kings, and you're able to make a big pot. And you're like, oh, I have some chips to play with, and then you get a hit like 9-6 suited. Oh, and then you get a little overconfident,
right?
A little too jumpy in the pool.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you find yourself 4-bet jamming with 9-6 or 3-bet jamming, I guess with 9-6 when you've got 3 callers behind you,
Right.
hoping that you're able to take it down.
But
And,
but had you
unfortunately-
told him the first 2 cards that were going to come out were going to be a 9
9
and a 6, he would have also mortgaged his home on a side bet if you would have allowed him. Okay.
Probably true.
Yeah. So congratulations though, a good run, and now we are down to 4 players. By the way, 5th place money, $36,561.
Which,
and now,
by the way, is more than Brian has made in his entire tournament career. So,
Yeah, so-
a huge score for him, obviously.
Yeah.
And confidence for him going forward.
Gotta
as
go
he
home.
continues to play. He only made just under 30,000 so far for his lifetime earnings.
So Matt and Rob up top there. John with 58 bigs, and Casey. Casey doesn't have to get too crazy here. He's got 23 big blinds with 1.4 million. And again, I know I talk about it probably too much, but that's what's great about our structure here on the HPT. Dom is really gives you a lot of play. you know. But it is moving a little quicker than I thought it would today. I'll be very honest with you, both of you.
Yeah, like I said, we did play longer yesterday in day 2 than we normally did. It ended up being over 10.5 hours of play. It's usually somewhere around 8 or 9. So we were a little bit higher in the structure than we normally are for an event of this size. And then you combine that with the fact that the stacks at the start of the day were so spread out, where you had some really huge stacks in the 80 big blind range, and you had a couple players that were less than 15. You knew we were going to get some action earlier on. It was just a question of whether those small stacks were going to get eliminated. And as we've seen here today, that is in fact what has happened.
And I believe you mentioned earlier it was a wee hours in the morning when the birds were chirping last year when it ended. So.
Yeah, we had a heads-up battle go about 2-3 hours. A lot of small ball going on in that just when we thought we'd get out of here early. And you guys know, especially Dom, around poker every day of your life almost, that's how these things can go. We could be four-handed for the next 3 hours,
Certainly considering the fact that, again, like you said, the smallest stack at this point is around the 23 big blind range.
Exactly.
You've got some people in the 70, 80, and I think we just saw in the graphic 117 for Matt after that elimination. So things can settle down, but again, of course, some people feel, hey, I've got the big stack, let me play it. So we'll have to see what happens with that.
River card is the 6 of clubs.
Yeah, this pot just got absolutely huge after a $500,000 chip bet on the turn from John with his ace high that Rob called. And John has bet 1.1 million on the river, and Rob has called him down and seems very confident about it. I think he might have had a king there.
Yeah,
in
I
his
did
holdings,
see. Yeah.
As that hand got turned over. And John is relinquishing the chips, and he has the first major mistake that we have seen.
That's a hit, isn't it?
From him today, certainly. That's about 1.6 million on those final 2 streets, which is about 45% of his stack. And Rob with a major addition, and he now, I believe, is retaking the chip lead here from Matt.
All right, we are broadcasting from the Ameristar Casino East Chicago. It's James and Dom alongside Bob Popper, a poker journalist here in the great Chicagoland area. Cubby's a little struggling a little bit as of late, Mr. Popper.
Well, they had a run last year where they lost 15 of 17, I believe, and that was later in the year. So the boss says he's not worried about him.
I trust the boss.
Well, the fans might not be in his corner, but the boss says don't worry yet.
I've learned that the fans are not in Brett Anderson's corner. I believe one of my friends who was a co-fan referred to him as the human batting tee about a week and a half ago, and that's not a good thing when you're a pitcher. And I think someone else said, we trade him for a sack of balls right about now. So he's got some ironing to do certainly out of his.
And the Cardinals just all of a sudden are hot. I went to a couple Cardinals games when I was doing commentary up in St. Louis, and good to see that my Minnesota Twins got off to a hot start. But enough about baseball. As you see here, 4th place money now $48,849. But congrats to Brian, Gary, Alan, Chris, and Paul for their finishes here at the final table. But Bob, talk about that. How would you like to go to the bank on Tuesday morning with $173,385?
It wouldn't have to be Tuesday.
No,
it can only be on a Tuesday. That's the one rule we have.
Hey, Tuesday's always the payday. You're only as good as your last envelope, so it'd be a good time to have that on Tuesday.
Yeah, that would be tough duty, but I could handle it.
Yeah, but you know what? As you guys know, especially, again, you've been in poker for so long, these players are paying for their own hotel rooms, their own buy-ins. They're staking other players. They're staking themselves. They've got to eat. They've got to, find living quarters wherever they're at. They've got a big Vegas trip coming up. So people that don't watch a lot of poker or are surrounded by poker
know
just
you're on
see
the
those
button,
numbers
right?
and go, wow, I wish I could do that. Well, it's not that easy, you know? And again, I'll bring up the IRS. That's another thing. You got to think about that in the back of your mind.
I filled out a lot of their forms here over the
Right,
past
yeah,
couple of
exactly.
days.
You're kind of like a cop over there. You remind me of one of those cops that never, like a highway patrolman. They never let me go with anything.
Well, see, the problem is if I do let them go, then it costs me my job.
Well, right,
So
yeah, exactly. I
that's-
guess, yeah, you got to be a
I
stickler.
frown upon that.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so again, we're having a few problems with our RFID cards here. We do apologize for that. We'll try to get that fixed. Kirk and the gang doing a great job back there, though. The HPT crew, these guys,
Do we have is the hamster being fed underneath the
you
table?
know, that's
Is
what
he-
I'm worried about. I'm worried
we may
about
need to
that.
get him an extra pellet or two of food
Right,
to keep
yeah.
him running.
I do see a lot of spades on the board. I see about 4 spades on the board as they cut away to that shot. So we'll try to get you caught up here on the action.
Don't bet a
And
lot.
Aaron Massey will not be joining us. He just told me his friend busted, so he's gonzo.
Oh, so he only wanted to come by to rip on his friend.
Yeah, he said, sorry he busted, see you around. And I said, maybe next time. So, Aaron, you're always welcome here on the on the stream, so we hope to see you again at another event.
We'll be back here in what, August, right?
Is it August? Yeah.
August
Be back in August.
24th, I think.
I believe
is the
you're
main
right,
event,
yeah.
Or is that the start of the event? I think it's the main event.
It's right around that time. Yeah, exactly. So, Bob Chow, did we see Bob Chow this week?
We saw Bob Chow
Yeah.
this week, yes. And Bob did not make the money. That's probably an inside joke between him and me. But no, Bob was another one of the top pros in the area that we had that did not make the money of this main event. We went down the list earlier, and it was really amazing to see sort of the who's who of guys who are regularly in the money here at our events here in East Chicago, not able to add to their winnings, their career winnings here during the course of this particular main event.
All right, action continues. There's those 8s again. Rob, oh boy, look at this. 8s for Rob and Matt with pocket 10s. We might be able to get a golf game in later today.
And Casey was the initial raiser,
Yeah, the
too.
initial raiser is Casey with his pocket 7s.
You're going to call it 7s.
I'm just going to go with 7s, yeah. And now the cards are going to disappear the minute I start making predictions. He's in there putting the 7s in right now. Make me look like a hero.
And now the 4-bet comes, drawing a hat adjustment from Rob here.
Yes.
And Casey is also
Casey.
contemplating things pretty heavily.
Casey with the back adjustment and the semi-cough there. It's kind of a half cough. Boy, I think Casey's strong. I think Casey's real strong.
He is now our short stack at the table, and he's got to be wondering, is there going to be a better spot for me? What do I have? How is it going to stack up here? He's doing the math.
I'm putting him on queens. I'm going to go with queens.
I think if it's queens, he's not doing this much Hollywooding. I think it's somewhere maybe in the ace queen, ace king kind of range. And he's looking at a 2 million chip bet into his stack, which I believe, yeah, that would put
Okay,
him,
it
that would
wasn't
put
queens.
him all in. So he's going to lay it down here.
I wasn't bluffing.
Yeah,
Does
now
Rob
action.
want to
Promise you
play
guys
for an additional 1.6 with pocket 8s? And
No, and
going
he's
to
gonna
save
fold.
it. So
He's gonna
very,
fold.
very strong raise there by Matt. He's
I know
going to
we're
take down this
racing,
spot, and he is going to extend his chip lead now
As you see Matt
up
on
to
top,
almost
Mm-hmm. yeah.
1 million.
Yeah,
And boy,
115
that
big blinds.
mistime bluff there by John has really spread the field out pretty significantly here.
115 BBs for Matt, 126 and 21. So the action continues here at the Ameristar Casino, East Chicago. I want to thank everybody for joining us here on the chat. It's always good to talk to you guys. Kind of hard to keep up with everybody. We're on that little bit of a delay too, so we're doing the best to do that. But you can also tweet at me at HPT James, spelled Jaymz, and we'll try to answer your questions here on the air. As it's about 2:40 Central Time here in the Chicagoland area, East Chicago, Indiana. And it's always fun to be back in these parts, Bob. It's just, I keep saying it, but it's just great to see all the familiar faces.
Well, you know, poker really started out here in about 1997, I believe, when Majestic opened up a poker room. And about 10 years later, I believe, the first tournament took place out here of consequence. It was a Chicagoland Poker Championship that I believe Annie Duke flew out from Vegas to attend and participate in. So from there, obviously, you know, the moneymaker era, everything just springboarded from there. And it's really strong out here.
Yeah, and the East Chicago Casino was the first in the Midwest to have a poker room, originally called the Showboat. That room opened in 1997.
Absolutely. Showboat, I remember it well.
And I think Trump had a property out here. Did he not? He used to own the Majestic Star, correct?
Trump had both casinos out there where
Yeah.
the Majestic Star properties are now. You're right.
Whatever happened to him? I never heard anything about him.
Well, you know,
anymore.
he got on a TV show, and
Okay.
I haven't kept up with him what he's been doing lately. But
He had pocket eights like everybody else.
Never on social media. Nobody's ever saying anything about him.
not a whole lot. I mean,
No
there's just not a lot of
controversy.
scuttlebutt.
Okay.
I don't follow politics. I heard he dabbled in that. But flop here is Queen 9 tray, couple of diamonds. Of course, Barack Obama from these parts. You ever see Barack in one of these high-stakes cash games?
No, I have not.
Okay,
No, I
you would know.
have
Or
not.
you or Chicago Joe would have the answer to that. But
Joe probably has seen him.
I got a feeling Obama's played a few games over the years. He seems like a guy that could splash around, probably in a private game, obviously.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
John's sitting here with bottom pair, facing a bet from Rob now, and wondering. Well, John check called the flop too for 175.
And he's going to
His
fold.
bottom pair, and he's going to let this one go now. John's got to be careful. He was really moving along pretty nicely here for the first hour and a half or so. But that ace-high bluff that cost him over $1.5 million chips is really put a crimp in his style, I think, to this point. And he obviously needs to, I think, just kind of reset a little bit and try and get back in that groove where he was earlier on in this final table.
I want to give a shout out to some folks watching the live web stream. Our friend Gary Lambert, who watches us each and every main event. Want to say hi to Gary, as well as Roger Campbell. He's listening in Centralia, Illinois. Am I saying that right? Centralia.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Centralia. He owns an ambulance business there. He finished late yesterday, I think in 15th place. So I want to say hi to him and his beautiful wife, Christy, listening online. As well as Craig Casino checked in earlier, and Stan Jablonski out there in Arizona in between jet ski rides. Stan's listening to us here on the Twitch feed. So great to have all you guys with
Is Gary
us.
bouncing that little girl on his knee while he's watching this?
I think so. Yeah. You know, Gary's been very busy, busy guy. You know, he's a doctor, he's a poker player, he's a rugby player, he's a life coach. He's kind of my life coach, actually. Gary's given me a lot of advice over the years. I never follow it, and he gave me he should talk to Alan Kessler about this. Gary actually has a surefire way to beat the caveman Keno. Okay, he's got a way to beat the caveman Keno. The VHS tape will be coming out. I'll give the 800 number on how you can download
Sounds
that.
good.
So, all right, John here with the 7 deuce. He's going to quickly get rid of that. Rob folds.
You know, you mentioned the popularity of poker in this area, and we've got to give a lot of credit to the HPT and what you've done to promote it in this area, how easy you've made it for players to come and participate. You know, the events won't cause anybody to go to the bank on Tuesday and withdraw a lot of funds.
Right.
So, you know, kudos to the team that you guys have put together to do this. It's absolutely fabulous.
You know, when I go back to our original owners, Greg and Todd, this was a weekend fishing trip for friends is how it was built. And, you know, before we finish up on Sunday, obviously the structure was a lot different back then, and we had to change it for the times. We changed it for the players, and we changed it for the action we got. We started getting big-name professionals playing, and we've evolved over the years, and we listened to the players. That's the biggest thing. It took us some time, but we listened to the players, and now I think we're getting it pretty, getting it down pretty well.
John is still not slowing down here. He made the raise initially to 150 and called Matt's 3-bet. And Matt's not going to waste any time putting John to the test here out of the small blind.
1.1? Let's just make sure that's not more, though, is it?
And John has made the call with pocket tens.
Now, did I see pocket 5s for Matt? Is that right? John with pocket 10s.
Was the bet by Matt 1.1?
That's it, bud. It's less than 1.1.
It's less than 1.1. Okay.
Gotta get lucky.
Matt is all in and for less, just under the 1.1.
So we'll see what Matt has here. John with the pocket 10s.
1,040,000 is what's John.
And John is all in for his tournament life here.
All right, John has pocket 10s here.
This would be an amazing spiral downward here. If John,
Oh,
it is
pocket jacks. Okay,
wow.
pocket jacks for
Wow,
Matt.
it is a spiral downward here for
Yeah,
John.
it sure is. So we go to the turn card.
He was showing bluffs and hitting hands and everything, and things were just going so smoothly for him. And one misstep has started him down that slippery slope, and he's now
2 cards away from going out, those 2 cards being the 2 10s you see at the top of your screen.
Let's go to that river card, and the river card is the 9 of clubs. And that is going to do it for John. He is eliminated. And a nice little payday for John, going out $48,849.
Certainly not the prize he was hoping for coming in today, but always a good player to have at the table. John's a very nice guy, and we always enjoy him coming to our events. And very dangerous, as we've seen. He can build those chip stacks up in a hurry, but then all of a sudden, unfortunately for him here, the last half hour or so of play, things just kind of went away for him here, and he's going to walk out as our 4th place finisher.
Well, again, Dom, things moving pretty fast here.
Very fast
today.
here.
I don't know what's going on. You and I might be able to have an adult beverage here before 5 o'clock.
Maybe. I think the fact that we've had some miserable weather here during the course of this series, and we see a nice sunny day outside, and people say, you know what, I want to hit the lake. I want to, hit the golf course or something. I don't know what's going on.
You know, I live out here, and if you need a tee-off time for tomorrow, I'll see what I can do.
Hey, we would take that. I'm going to grab your mic here. We've got a special guest in the studio now with us. Brian here. How are you, my friend?
Oh, not too bad, not too bad.
Yeah, so you're smiling. That's good. And Brian went out in, what, 5th place, right?
5th place,
Fifth place.
Yeah.
So talk about your final hand. Actually, we're going to replay it coming up later, but what was going through your mind during that final hand?
Well, I felt it was a pretty good squeeze spot. I mean, John opened to 125, and Waz called, and then small blind call, Matt. And so I figured there's 450-odd K dead in there. I have 101.8. It's a nice boost to my stack if I can get it through, and I almost did. I mean,
you almost did as well.
I thought when it got to the small blind, I was golden, but he had a pocket 8s, and I kind of hoped he'd have squeezed before I did, but I guess it didn't work out that way. It would have gotten all in on that flop anyway.
Right, exactly. So what are your plans for the cash? $36,561. You going to go to the World Series in a couple weeks?
It's going to fund my Vegas trip. Right now, I'm not planning on going out until the first week of July.
Okay.
So I might move that up a little bit. We'll see how the summer goes. But
well, selfishly, I want to invite you out to our event this summer, too, because we're going to do the World Series, and then we're going to go out to the Golden Gates Casino, and that'll be July 5th through the July 17th. So plenty of side events out there, and if you just want a break, it's not even a bad little flight over from Vegas to Colorado. Land in Denver, about an hour up the mountain.
Yeah,
and
my brother lives out there, so that's
very cool.
That's a spot that I kind of like to go in.
And there's perks to being out in Colorado.
For sure.
I can guarantee you that, Tom. There's certain perks.
From what I've heard, there are certain things you can do that
there's
you can't do a lot of
mountains.
other places.
Yeah, there's picturesque landscapes.
Yeah, skiing and skydiving.
Skiing, skydiving, and of course,
mountain climbing.
They've got legalized gaming up there, gambling in the mountains, so that's good. $100 big bet, but trust me, we can get some big pots of brewing no matter what. So yeah, Brian's going to hang out with us here for a couple of hands. He's in the. Oh, we don't have you in the camera, but he's over here. I promise you, he is. It's kind of like a mobster. He's doing his interview off camera. He doesn't want people to know that he just won $36,561.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be hit up for a loan. I completely understand.
It's funny. We were talking to Chris Moon. It's like, all right, Chris, you're taking that long drive to Detroit with your $18,000. I'm like, time out. Maybe we shouldn't be saying this stuff. We did everything.
Taking I-90 the whole way.
And here's your license plate number and your social security number. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
All in, all in.
Oh, my gosh. Look at this. All in, all in.
Rob Jam with ace-10 on the button. And we've got the call.
What's the other hand?
One time.
Well, it's covered up, so I'm going to go with.
Come on, 10
what do you think, Dom?
Who went
Ace Jack. I was thinking Ace Jack or Ace Queen. So it's Casey with Ace Jack, Rob with Ace 10.
Rob made the button shove, and Casey said, okay, this is my chance to try and get back in the game here with my big blind.
Yeah, that was a couple of nice ladders for Casey there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was great.
Absolutely, my friend.
If I knew it was going to go that fast, maybe I shouldn't have squeezed.
Yeah, maybe you would have hung around for a while. All right, so a big hand here as we're playing three-handed poker. We go to the flop, 2 6s and a deuce. So the Ace Jack still in the lead, and Casey is all in as he's standing up there. He knows he has to win this hand to keep his tournament hopes alive.
10. Lucky 10.
Rob's smiling. We go to the turn. He's hoping for a 10.
Oh, that opens a couple more chop outs right there.
It sure does. Rob likes seeing that 6.
Any ace, king, queen.
You can see it 16 outs there, and it's
there's the deuce.
There you go.
Full house on the board.
Absolutely. So they're going to chop that up. Full house for both players.
That's tough for Casey. He's been pretty patient.
That is tough. Yes, he's been very, very patient. Let's talk about your play early on. you started mixing it up early on.
Yeah.
Things didn't go real well early on either.
Didn't go great. First hand was a little bit of kick in the shorts.
Just a little bit.
I
Yeah.
mean-
Oh yeah, you were in that first hand.
Yeah,
you
I
had queens and ran them right into
kings.
on the very first hand.
Yeah.
Boy, that's it's just a cooler to start things off.
yeah.
You know, look at him smiling over here, though, Dom. He's still smiling. You know,
That's a $36,000 smile.
Right, well, that's just it.
That's my year's
I gave it
salary
my
is what
best
that
effort.
is.
I think I played my best game, and that's all I can do.
For years, I always had to do the second place finisher, and it was like I was
That's
at
even more brutal.
Well, it is, but I mean, look, it's 105,000. I
I
remember
know.
sitting with these poor guys. Well, you're going out in second. How does it feel? And they're just like, James, it's awful. And I'm thinking, you just won $90,000. I mean, yeah, it's not bad. And we do have the bust out hand ready. We're going to look at that after this. So, wow, look at this flop. I told you I liked pocket nines. Now, if I had pocket nines in this case, we'd be in a little bit of trouble with IGA.
A little bit. Unless, of course, they permitted us to use a pinochle deck for the tournament. Then we'd be all right.
All right, so we go to the turn. It's the ace of clubs. So now
Still have an
Matt-
issue with Rob's cards, or what?
we are, yeah. Rob's. I don't know what's going on there. We go to the river card now. It's the 3 of spades. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say Rob doesn't have a 9. I'm just gonna guess that, but we don't know. We'll find out.
Now he's going to look up to 300,000 though, see if he has an ace or a 3. And there's the jack high.
7. I see that over here. I see an ace.
There's the ace.
Yeah, that's a
for
full
Rob,
house. So let's go ahead and watch your bust out hand. I think we have that ready, Brian. This is great. We bring you in the booth and we replay your misery.
Hey, that's all
okay,
right.
yeah.
I
So
thought I was good when the 9 flopped. It was
Poker
right
is
in the
never-ending
window,
pain,
too.
right?
So there you are.
This is the hand where you busted out Gary.
Oh,
Yeah, this is
Rob
Gary's bust out hand.
Yeah, this is Gary's bust out hand. So we'll come back to us and say hi to everybody. And thank you for joining us here at the Ameristar Casino East Chicago. Things are moving relatively fast here on the HPT. I don't want to jinx anything. All right, this, I believe, is that the hand?
That's the live action.
That's a live action, okay. We'll get it. We have 2 live actions going on. That's awesome.
Okay.
Hey, a little 3-card Monty going on. Trust me. Trust me on
That's
this.
the way we kind of started out here. She
That-
kept wanting to
that
give
is-
me 3 cards.
That
every
is
once
the
in a
way.
while.
Yeah,
Everybody's in a good mood, man.
exactly.
You're good.
There, I think this might be the hand, correct?
Yes, this is the hand where we had the 2 pairs and the
Yeah,
3
yeah,
bet
this
and
is
the
it.
4 bet.
John
Yeah,
opened with
3-bet and
3s.
4-bet.
I'm sorry you ran into
Just
my
say
one
what
time.
Rob
I
called.
I haven't been lucky one
Hey, there you are. You look good at the table. I like the
Did
D
run
hat.
into my one
Looks
time.
good.
Yeah, Matt made the.
Almost showed his hand there. Did you see that?
Yeah, I didn't
Almost-
see his hand, but
Yeah.
I know it was all in anyway.
Yeah.
But
So then we have the 8s.
yeah, I was feeling pretty good here. I got through the first 2 guys. I'm like, how big
Exactly.
can the small blind be?
Right, yeah, exactly.
And then he started staring me down. I'm like, oops.
It's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, let's see. It was 135,000, and now it's 1.6 million. How iffy is this?
So
Am I
now
in a flip
you-
situation?
Yeah, and you have to flip your cards over. You have to show everybody what you have here.
That was a
You know,
very wry
I'd
smile you
had
in
a
your
few
face there.
spots before, and I was a little gapped. I said if I got in that spot this is the man. Oh,
No,
that's
this
the
is
man.
live
That's
action. We
But I
we saw
said
what
that
we
if I
needed to
got
see.
back in there with like a suited gapper, I was probably going to squeeze because
Right,
there was a lot
yeah.
of that happening on my big blind
Right,
and
yeah,
stuff. So I was
exactly.
like, yeah, I was happy with it.
So who do you like to take this thing down? Who do you think's got the best shot? Besides chip counts and experience, but who do you like to win this thing?
I'd like to see Matt win it. Waz has probably got a little bit of an edge on him just in experience-wise, but Matt's a tough player too, and he's not afraid to battle back at him. So Waz is going to try and bully him around, I think, but
Hard to believe here, Dom. It's 2:53 Central, and we
Yeah.
have 3 players left and a
Yeah.
dealer at the table.
didn't
That dealer isn't part of
you
the
see it?
game. She's
No.
in the game, but not in the game. She's dealing the game. So
Kathy's not a very good player either.
Oh,
so
wow, wow, just like that.
I don't think she'd last very long against these 3
I mean,
guys.
if Casey goes out soon, just make for a good heads-up match. He'll be nice and deep.
Yeah, maybe heads up will go 5 hours. That'll
It could,
that'll
I
get us
mean.
to our average. Once heads up goes 5 hours. Casey with 8 deuce is going to fold. So what are your plans? Where do you live? Are you in
I
Detroit?
live in Wapton, North Dakota.
Wapaton. I grew up in Ortonville, Minnesota,
Yeah,
not far
very
from
nice.
there.
Yep.
And so you live in Wapaton. You
Yep.
drive there?
Yep, I'm
So-
driving 10 hours back home tonight.
There was a big bowling alley in Wapaton. I remember that. We used to bowl tournaments there. I
Yeah,
forget what it
yeah.
was, but
Now, it is only May, so when you drive back to North Dakota, is there likely to be snow on the ground?
I hope not.
Okay.
I mean,
and how far is that from Fargo?
that's less than an hour, 40 minutes. 40
And
minutes
this
south.
this
Yep.
tour, Dom, was created in Fargo,
Yes,
North
it was.
Dakota, as
Yep.
is the AP, not the APT, but the Poker Night in America
Yep.
is also based in Fargo. So Fargo is kind of like Los Angeles for poker.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
no,
it's a pretty big
it's
deal.
a good hub. I mean,
Yeah, it is. And you know what? People make fun of Fargo all the time, but I love
For sure.
visiting there. Besides the weather in the wintertime, it's a great place to be. Look at that money up there. Third place, 70,000 plus, 105,990 for second, and 173. So quick math here, 273.
About 350 still
Yeah.
up there for grabs.
So we're playing three-handed for over $350,000. Now that's pretty cool. You know, that's pretty cool. And that's why people drive from Wahpeton, North Dakota to come here. People drive from Ontario, Florida, Oklahoma. Tony made a trip up here. It's because of prize pools like that, and that's what's so great about poker. And, you know, some people say sometimes this can get top-heavy at the top, but when you're up there in the top for second or third,
it feels good when you're up there.
it feels really good, you know, and it's
You're sitting in 5th place. I would like another 20.
right, and that's what you think about on that long drive home. It's like, if I could have just gone up one more spot,
And
I
that's
could
why
have done
think
this,
second
I could
hurts
have
a little
done that.
more.
Yeah.
Because if I'm like, if I'd have made it different, I could have made 12,000 more. But
Right,
if you
yeah.
go second, it's like, 70,000. That's such a big jump. That's bigger than 3rd place too.
Well, they had that graphic on ESPN this morning of from the Players Championship, the golf tournament down near where I live in Florida.
Yeah, I saw this.
And yeah, the guy entered the final round with the lead, tied for the lead. And if he had held up to the lead, he could have made $1.9 million. But he ended up shooting an 84 on Sunday.
Come on.
Yeah, he shot an
12
84,
over.
and he fell all the way down to a tie for 41st. So he went from a potential $1.9 million down to 36,000.
Wow.
So that was a rough day on the golf course.
Yeah.
And to needle it in after every swing, they took down the money to where he was after each
my gosh.
swing.
That's good. No,
it
that's
was
good.
a pretty good needle by
See,
ESPN
we don't do
swing.
that. We're not quite that bad. We'll make you watch your bust-out clip, but that's about as far as we go. One other thing about golf, how good was it to see John Daly out there getting showered with champagne as he won finally again on the Seniors Tour this time? Boy, I got a feeling he got really hammered just a couple of weeks ago on Sunday night. But I could be wrong. Who knows? But I'm probably right. There might have been some $250 per pull slot machines involved after that, depending on where they were at for that tournament.
So
All right, ace queen here for Rob. Matt with a junky 7-5, but he's in the big blind.
I think there was a re-raise situation going on there, if I had seen it correctly. Robin made a small raise, and then Matt had tried to push him off in a blind versus blind, and then Rob said, "Okay, no, we're going to get serious now with the ace queen."
Brian, how do you have to change when you're three-handed from, say, 6 or 7-handed? What does? Oh, look at that, real quick. Look at this. Let's give a shout out there. It's Chicago Joe, everybody. Look at that guy. He's a legend here in these parts.
Now, if you were to look at those two guys on the screen right now, which one would you guess is Chicago Joe if you didn't know?
That is actually a tough call. Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it's a tough call at all.
Yeah, but Brian, my question to you: how does the mindset change from, say, 8-handed now down to 3-handed?
I mean, you obviously got to open it up.
Absolutely.
You don't want to get blinded out here. I mean, so especially as a short stack, you're pushing. While you still got fold equity, you're just trying to get it in there. I mean, power poker.
Yeah, exactly.
Old adage, but short-handed, definitely.
Flop here is 5-4 Trey. Back to what we've been seeing earlier today with these.
Matt tried to do a little push Casey off since he's got the very short stack right now, less than $1 million chips.
Casey's got to be thinking about that deuce on the river where they chopped that pot. That would have been a big double up for him.
Yep.
Instead, it was no gain for him, no traction. So yeah, he's got to do something here.
But he did lead at this one and was able to take it down. So a little boost as he tries to get back towards the 7-figure range.
My hand was too big for that.
All right, so the action continues here from the Ameristar Casino in Chicago. James and Dom. And joining us, Brian, who finished 4th place. Nice little payday as he gets ready for the World Series. So my question is, now that you won a little bit of cash here at this event, will you play more events? Maybe step it up to a 2,500 or a bigger World Series event? Will your schedule change at all?
Yeah, my schedule will change out there a little bit. I might take a couple more shots and some more 1Ks and some.
Maybe the 50K event this year for you. Investors, you can give them a call at 555-1212.
How about anything besides Hold'em? You going to play any other games?
Well, I started out playing mixed games.
Oh, very cool.
And internet poker games, I was playing a lot more mixed games. Hold'em bored the hell out of me. So.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And then once that went away, that's all everybody wanted to play. So then just got to change with the times.
I was just getting into the 8-game mixed games online when that damn Black Friday came.
Yeah,
I was really disappointed.
I still remember where I was on Black Friday. I was in a car leaving Iowa City at a production there for the Big Ten Network. I got in my car and I was heading to Gary, Indiana to do an event at the Majestic Star. And someone said, pull your BlackBerry out and go to Poker Stars. I said, why? I said, oh, just try it. And I did, and I couldn't believe my eyes. And a lot of people got paid back from Poker Stars. I was one that didn't. They actually sent me a letter and said, I'm sorry, sir, we cannot cash out any account that's under $5. I think I had $3. That's the truth. I'm not making that up. So unfortunately for me, I didn't get any Poker Stars money. So
were you able to still afford your Big Mac and fries?
yeah, I mean, I always have the dollar menu covered.
All
You know,
right.
not Big Mac, but I get the double
Okay.
cheeseburgers for $1.19 and the glass of water that I fill up with soda because that's just that's you know I gotta beat the rake at
Life hack.
McDonald's. You know exactly. Yeah. So back to the action here as we are three-handed at this HPT final table from the Ameristar Casino East Chicago.
Blinds, by the way, are still 30 and 60,000 with a 10,000 ante.
I still remember when we first started this tour, we used to have to back the blinds and antes back when we'd go to TV because we would do that because some guys, you know, our chip leader would have 10 big blinds.
Right.
So for TV, Dom, can you imagine that? We would roll everything back and kind of start
Play
over.
the same levels again?
Yeah, it was fantastic. We learned a lot, like I said, over the years.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised with the structure. I mean, it's a great event. You get a lot of play in this.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, Brian, we had to do that to attract our bigger players, our professional players, and we saw that. And again, we reached out to people. Daniel Negreanu was very instrumental. I'll give Alan Kessler props. Not everybody wants to listen to
Alan
Alan.
Kessler has yet to see a structure that he can't make better.
I know.
God bless him.
He's yeah. And somebody was sticking up. Look at this. These queens.
Casey took a chance here defending his blind with King 6 offsuit with his
paid
short
off so
stack,
far.
and it's paying off right now. Is if he can hang on to it and doesn't put Rob on a queen here, which I don't think he does because he check called the flop.
No,
and
I
is
think
now
he's
fired
gonna
at the
go with it
turn,
if
and
it's-
he's ready to go. Put a third queen out there, and the likelihood that Rob has something is not going to be very. Has one is not very
60K bet
strong.
on the turn.
Look at the river
oh
card.
my God.
Look at the river card, just like that. The ace of clubs peels off on the end.
Man,
Casey,
Rob's gonna bet this.
It looked like Casey checked with his middle finger there.
He
It
did.
almost looked like
That
because-
is- That's exactly what that was.
And that's not to his opponent. That's to that card right there. Thank you.
Might have been to the dealer too.
It
you
could
never
have been,
know.
yeah. It could have been to all of us in the TV world, but he knows it.
Yeah, he
just-
knows it, and he told
Look
it,
at him, and
he's
he's going
showing
to show
his
it.
king, and he's ready to snap the card in two.
You can't snap these. These are RFID cards. We
But you
paid a lot of
can.
money for these cards.
You can snap them. I've seen
Yeah.
them snap before, but they're obviously very expensive. And he's
Wow, look
not
at this.
happy
Look at this.
about
Wow.
having to make that call in the end there for 150,000, knowing that he was likely beat.
I would be
And
frustrated.
sure
if I
enough,
do
he
that.
not the best sportsmanship
Very
obviously
ugly.
there, but you can certainly understand
At
his
least I took it
frustration.
easy on you.
Yeah,
remember,
that's,
so you can be thankful there.
That's a
Kept
tough
in.
one. That is a tough one.
So he is now down, I believe, to about 400,000, and obviously needs to make a move soon.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Brian, a couple more questions before we let you go. What would it mean to you to win a bracelet this
Look at the
summer?
bright
I mean,
side.
every
Give it a
poker
shit
player,
today,
that's
that
the
was
dream.
Yeah, that is
but
the
what would it mean to you?
Well, I don't play a whole lot of bracelet events. I mean, there's so much more value in a lot of the other tournaments
Sure.
than the other sides.
Collecting lammers and playing the side events and playing at other
And
properties.
just playing out of side of the Rio, yeah. Like
Sure.
Planet Hollywood's always got some really soft fields and decent payouts and big fields, and that's kind of like where I like to stay. I usually play 1 or 2 bracelet events a year.
Sure. Play the
But
main event, hopefully.
I've done it once.
Okay.
I qualified in one time. I think it was 2012. So that's getting
You were
to
in
be
the
a while
Goliath.
back
What,
there.
last year was when you had your
Yep,
third?
Yep. I took third in the Goliath last year.
Yeah, it's always fun. This is the time everybody's getting ready and getting their housing set up and calling friends and making plans and putting things on the intraweb so everybody knows where they're playing, when they're playing. Investors are coming out.
That's another thing that the World Series has done is because it's gotten bigger and bigger, especially over the last decade. Is you get all these poker players coming to Las Vegas, and all the other casinos decided, hey,
Right.
let's get involved
Oh,
too.
what a
Yeah.
turn.
Yeah.
Wow, look at
Nice
this
turn.
Yes, nice turn here.
It's
for-
a shame Matt hasn't run well here at this final table at all. Really, poor guy.
let you bluff me all day today.
So Matt's going to win this. Dom, I want to, speaking of the World Series, I want to ask
Letting
you
you get
about
away
the
with
news
murder
that
again.
came out today, and I don't know if you know this, guys, but the November 9 is no longer. The event will wrap up when it's supposed to wrap up, and I'm for this. Why don't you tell our viewers, our listeners, what's going on if they didn't read the news?
Well, basically, it's still the November 9. It's just that it's no longer in November anymore.
So it's not the November 9.
They're going to have the same structure, from what I can tell, is that it's going to start 9-handed to final table.
I was happy to give that
And they're
up.
going to cut it off at like
It just wasn't.
like
It
5 or
wasn't meant
6,
to be.
depending on how long it goes, and then cut it off again. And the last day will be like 2 or 3 players. So it's the same idea, but it's going to be immediately in line day after day after day, and the main event's going to finish on July 20th this year for the last day. So, so a couple of us who may be working out there may have to extend our hotel stays a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so they've changed. They've made that change been announced with the new streaming and digital rights sale that they made, some new advertising going into it, and so that's going to be the main event's going to finish this summer, and there will be no more 5-month delay between the end of the final table at the end of the event.
All right, look at this now.
Yeah, Casey jammed
raise
here,
and
and it looks like
Casey
he's going to
jammed,
get called.
and,
Yeah, I think he
there's
is
one
gonna get
call
called.
from Rob for sure, who was the initial raiser with the ace-10. That's like, what am I going to do here now all of a sudden? And he's going to lay down his cards, and we're going to see if Casey is ahead going to the flop. I see 2 picture cards. I'm not sure if they're the same yet.
Good luck, Rob.
King Jack offsuit.
King Jack offsuit, all in for Casey, going up against the ace-10. Casey
Not the worst situation that Casey could have had
certainly
here.
not.
No,
Certainly
especially
not.
with his chip stack. I mean,
Yeah.
All right, Rob's currently in the lead here with the ace.
All right, it's a pot of over 1.5 million. King Jack for Casey, who's all in for his tournament life, going up against Rob's ace-10. Let's go to that flop. And look at this, King, Queen, 7.
And Casey is saying no 2-pair.
Yeah, no 2-pair. I don't want to hit that Jack because that makes Broadway for his opponent. He still doesn't look very happy because it's you just kind of know. Now another diamond piece.
Diamond deals, there's
So, yeah, I believe it's 14 of them, Dominic.
Yeah.
So,
now this is a good TV board. Finally, we got something.
right,
There's
yeah,
some
exactly.
drama here.
Exactly. Let's go ahead and take a
This has
time
been
out.
a little boring.
Yeah, let's
for sure.
just relish this for a minute. And the 5 of clubs.
All right, so Casey finally gets a break here. He's had very few of them the
Best
last
hand
hour
has
or
been
so.
winning a lot, though.
It has.
It's
the best hand has been
which
winning a lot.
is nice to see. I mean, but
Saved your money. And
when I
saved
get it
the
in
big
twice
double.
with the worst hand, it's a little.
So Casey's
Right, yeah.
So-
And the short stacks, though, haven't been, we've, as you see, we're down to 3.
Yeah,
It's
they haven't
3
been
o'clock.
sticky.
No. So, but this time we get a double up there for Casey as he keeps
Never over to
rolling
the
here
fat
at this
lady
final
six.
table. I love it. Brian's off screen over here. You can't see him. It's perfect. I promise you, he's right over here. You just can't see him, and he likes it that way.
Hang on.
When you're from Wahpeton, North Dakota, okay, here he is right here. There he is. Oh, and right as they cut off.
Yep,
Yeah,
they quit.
exactly. Now Dom has been our commentator. He's been a floor guy. He's done the payouts. What are you gonna do next? You gonna go clean my room before tonight?
I am a man of many. I have learned that I make so little money at all the jobs I do that I have to do about 8 or 10 of them at once in order to be able to adequately pay my
I could
bills.
use a driver on the way home.
Are you going north or
go
south?
for a nap. I am going west.
That's no help.
We tell everybody where they're leaving with the loot. We've done this before. Can we get the make and model of your car? He's heading to Wahpeton. It's like an 8-hour drive, and he's got cash on him. We got to stop this. There's all these people on the live stream hearing this. So,
All
What's
right.
that?
Well,
what's that? Oh no, it's fine. All right, so action continues here. 3 players to go, and like we said, we talked about this. This is where things could slow down for a while. Even heads-up poker we could be here a while, even though it's 3:08 Central.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're looking at 2 guys right there on your screen who are both have over 100 big blinds in their stack at this point.
Right, exactly.
So yeah, I mean, we could with 30-minute levels here at the final table, this could get pretty extensive, and we've got
Absolutely.
raise here for Matt for 185 after Rob tried to limp in with 5-4, and Matt's having none of that, and he's going to take
all right.
things
Well, I
out.
think I'm going to hit the road, guys.
Sounds
Thank you
good, my
very
friend.
much.
Sounds good, buddy. Brian, great to see you. Yeah, thank you so much. Great
Thanks,
having
Brian.
you in the broadcast booth. Safe trip back there to North Dakota. Say hi to all of our friends. So now Bob back in with us here. So the three-man booth in here with Dom, Bob, and J-Lar as Razor Clothing is
And
one of
3
our
men
sponsors.
on the final table.
Yeah, it's 3 and 3. We had to even it up. And a dealer. Can't forget about the dealer. The dealers are so important. And honestly, Dom, what a great staff that we've compiled for this week. Lots of smiles on the faces, and I hope they had a good week. And you would know.
Yeah, they certainly did. We got, obviously, with the turnouts that we had specifically for event 1 and a couple other events, we were very, very pleased with the 6 Max. This is one of the few places that we do it. The 6 Max event that we had here, I believe that was last Tuesday, I want to say, Tuesday or Wednesday. And we've gotten such a great response for it. I remember players coming in here for the main event said, "Oh, what'd you do for the 6 Max?" And we told them, like, really, that many? So we're going to try and keep that one moving going forward. We're also looking at the possibility, not confirmed yet for our August event, but we've gotten a lot of requests for a ladies event. And we're
Very
going to try
cool. Let's
and
get that done.
see
Let's
if we
get
can
that
work
done.
that into the schedule at some point, if not coming up in August, and certainly possibly for the winter especially. But that is something to look forward to for all the female players that we had, and we've had some great ones that have made very deep runs here in tournaments at all buy-in levels here in East Chicago.
How about Lisa Maloney, who plays regularly in the Deep Stack in the seniors tournament? She won the APT Deep Stack last month, and she was born deaf and relies on lip reading at the tables. Do you know that story, Bob?
No, I don't.
Unbelievable. Yeah, Lisa Maloney. We got that information from Poker Chicago Joe. So 10 of hearts here on the turn.
If you got it from Joe, you know it's gospel.
Yeah, you know it is. Yeah, he gets it right. You know, it's nice to have a guy like that in our corner. Rob here looking for a 9 to squeeze in. It's the Queen of Diamonds.
They checked it all the way down here, and Casey was he kind of little. He got a suited king, and he decided to get involved in this pot out of the small blinds, and then he was very prudent. I think a falcon bottom pair, not getting too out of hand, considering the stacks he's going up against still, even with that last double up a few minutes ago.
Over 5 minutes.
Now, you were mentioning Razor Clothing here a minute ago before we jumped in that hand. We have a promotion
We
that
do.
we've been doing throughout the course of the day.
And you type in Razor, and we're going to give away another prize once we get heads up. So go ahead and type Razor in there. But we teamed up with Razor Clothing. If you haven't checked out their gear yet, head over to the website and take a look. It's razor.clothing. They've got poker T-shirts, hats, hoodies, all kinds of great stuff. I want to thank Corey Stewart for lining that up, our marketing manager here. Corey does a lot of different things. Literally, he kind of does it all. Him and Ken Lambert do a lot of work here on the HPT, and they work side by side, and it's a pleasure to be on the road with this gang. It's a lot of fun, I'll tell you that much for sure. We drink a lot of coffee.
Ken especially, I've noticed. Ken's big on the
He
on the
loves
job.
coffee.
Yeah.
Do we have a coffee sponsorship? I think he has a coffee sponsorship.
He might have a
He's
coffee
going to wear a
sponsorship.
Folgers patch on his suit when he's walking around the events. Oh, man. I want to thank our audio professional here, Zach Howard, running the...
Did I mess up your camera too much, Zach?
Yeah,
the
the talent's not supposed to touch the camera, okay?
Sorry.
Unless you're on the
Trying to
HPT, because you pretty much do everything. And the crew is... Right, yeah. The crew's all wearing their...
Was it a
Razor
union
clothing.
job? Did I get in trouble with a union
Yeah,
here?
now we're going to have to pay.
Am I going to get knocked off here before I get on the plane tomorrow?
Well, we're in Chicago,
I
okay?
know,
You
it's-
know, actually, we're in
I-
Indiana, so it's not. They're a little better in Indiana.
Did you say
right?
Chicago?
Chicago?
Or is it Chicago?
What is it? Is it Chicago?
I don't know. Find Joe. Ask
Yeah,
him.
Joe. Yeah, Joe would know. I should ask Joe. So I don't know if you know this, Bob, but somebody said on here the bad beat over in Joliet is like 780,000. Is that right?
I heard that.
I might want to stop on the way home.
During the main event, someone mentioned that. Said,
Yeah.
hey, if I bust out here, I'm going to go to Joliet because the bad beat's over 700.
Well, might as well go play for 2 hours. God, you know.
It's they have a big draw over there, 775 plus when I was there last week. If it's over 780 now.
What's the qualifier there?
Quad 8's beat.
So high.
It's happened a number of times,
So
but
high.
It is so high.
I mean, that's an Omaha qualifier. I mean, I understand the idea of promoting the idea where hey, we're gonna make the qualifier difficult so the jackpot gets higher and higher, and we can say, oh, we paid out someday, a $1 million bad beat or something like that. But that's tough. That is tough.
One just went out in Milwaukee, I think, in everybody online. Oh, I feel bad for those 3 guys that went out and smoked. Well, we all know if they wouldn't have gone out and smoked, it wouldn't have happened, okay? I mean, come on, we all know that.
Yeah, you go ahead and just give them $5 and say, hey, thanks for smoking. And, here's your next pack of cigarettes.
Right? Yeah, I'd buy him a couple of cartons
Yeah.
and a patch. Here, try this after you smoked the
So
cartons.
there you go.
I can say I've been 2 years off the cigarettes as of
Good
April
for you.
1st this year. And interesting story, just because I don't know what's going on in this hand, but I was going into the studio to work with Maria Ho to do some events for the HPT. I knew she wasn't a smoker. I didn't want to be running in and out of the studio smoking cigarettes. It was out of respect. So I decided to quit smoking that weekend. So I made it the one day, made it the second day, and Maria gave me some positive reinforcements, like, you're doing great, keep it up. When you leave here, continue it. And I did. And I gave it up. I tried quitting for years. I'm talking, I must have quit 30 times. And
Well, here's the key, I think, to this whole story is that you were afraid of disappointing Maria.
Right, exactly.
And I will say that Maria has been an inspiration for a lot of guys in the poker scene for a lot of different reasons.
Right, yeah.
So I can completely understand what's going on, maybe subconsciously in your brain with this situation.
Exactly. So I want to thank Maria. And, when I started this job, as I took over, I know we're getting a 3-bet here. We'll get back to that. When I took over the hosting duties after Fred Bevel left, she was so supportive and helped me out, and I was scared for my life. I will tell you that right now, guys.
Okay, so here's what happened here. Rob has raised to 125,000. Matt called. Casey 3-bet to 325. Rob went over the top for $1 million.
Gosh.
Putting Casey all in, and now we have the call by Casey here.
I see ace
10 of suited was ace 10 suited was
What does
Rob's
Casey
hand.
have?
We are looking at Casey's cards. It's an
Is that an ace and
another ace?
It might be. No.
It
No, it
is
is the other
another
ace. It's the ace of spades. Okay. You saw the pre-flop
So
betting.
Casey is in absolute dreamland right now.
Dreamland.com.
No tens, no clubs are going through his mind telepathically to the dealer at this point.
All right, let's go to the flop. Ace 10 against. Oh, look at that. Right in the window. The ace of diamonds.
Beautiful flop for Casey. And now it's
Yes,
going to be
it's gonna
running
be-
straight cards for Rob. Is the only thing that can get him a chop in this hand.
And that is
will
gonna do
not
it
do it.
right
So
there.
Casey, a huge, huge double up here. Perfect timing on those pocket aces.
Absolutely.
And his hopes for finishing atop this field have increased dramatically here with this result.
Wow, and does that do it for Rob then?
No, Rob was significantly
Okay, that's what I
has
thought. So,
significantly
so
covered,
what will
yeah.
that do to Rob's chip count
Rob
here?
is going to go down to about 5.2. He was at 6.5 to start the hand, I believe. So he's going to drop down to about 5-ish, give or take. But Casey definitely back in business right here, almost at 3 million chips, I believe.
The poker is getting good here at the Ameristar East Chicago. I want to give a shout out to Roger Martin, who checked in from Colorado. He's watching our stream, and he typically does at all of our events. He's actually a past HPT champion. So, Roger, hello to you, and I hope the dice have been going well for you. my friend.
Roger's a dice man.
He's the dice man. He's taught me a few things about it. So, Raj, thanks for watching the old HPT. James Larson is my name, alongside Dominic Siebert and Bob Popper in the studio as well.
There aren't that many S's. He just kind of stuttered.
I do stutter. I just stutter all the time, just like James Earl Jones. He's an openly admits that he stutters.
He did.
Yeah, and you got to give him time, but he's one of the best in the business, unlike me. So thanks for joining us. Over 346 people online right now. It's 3:17. We've been on the air for roughly 2.5, almost 3 hours. We got off to a late start. We were waiting for compliance from gaming and getting everything signed off, but got the cards in the air about 12:43 Central. Of course, all you folks are on a little bit of a delay, about a half-hour delay. That's, again, for gaming reasons. I'm just glad we got the whole cards. Not all of them are working correctly all the time, but we're working on that, too.
Is it a break? Or? Oh, another level?
Go over the history a little bit of our final 3 players that we've got here. Casey Carroll from Michigan. In fact, we got 2. We talked about all the Chicago players and everything from locally, Illinois, Indiana. We got nobody from Illinois right now as our final 3 players. We've got two Michigan guys, and of course Matt from Munster, Indiana. Matt's he's going to be more than doubling, tripling, and God knows what else of his career earnings. As he only came in with just over 15,000 in career earnings, although he did finish, he did win a main event, one of those old main events you talked about in Gary, Indiana, back in 2007.
Yes.
It was a smaller field at that time, obviously, but he also finished 13th at the HPT PLO event last August here in Chicago, which was one of his, which is actually his biggest cash today, just nearly $5,000. But so he is obviously going to be going way up with his career earnings in this event. Casey in the 1 seat is just over $250,000. He, of course, won the HPT main event here last May. And Robbie is the guy that we talked about at the top of the show who is the most experienced in terms of success at final tables. 7 wins. All, I believe, 6 of those were at least $1,000 buy-ins or higher. So he has plenty of confidence coming into this final table and has played very, very well, of course, up until obviously that last point, but you can't help running into aces.
Yeah, right. And Casey was down to 4 or 5 big blinds, and now he's at 40, Dom. 40, climbing out of the cellar.
It can change in a hurry if you get those cards.
It sure can. You want to play those heaters, and you want to keep the action going. We go to the flop now. It's Jack 10-6.
And Casey is switching it up here a little bit. We saw him play a suited king earlier. Now he's got some low-suited connectors. Now that he's got some chips to deal with. And he is taking the lead here once again with bottom pair, but runs into the ace on the turn, which will give Matt an opportunity to fire at this pot.
I want to give a shout out to Jimmy Bluffett, who's been very vocal on today's stream. Good to have you on with us, Jimmy. Always fun to talk to you via the World Wide Web here on the web stream. And that's a fold by Case, so that's going to win that pot.
Yeah, you look at that flop, Case, you really had to hit a second card on the turn there to have any chance at firing further.
So I know everybody's thinking about the World Series, but I have to throw out there, we have an event this summer as well. Colorado at the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor, one of our favorite stops on the tour. It's an $1,100 event, and it's July 5th through July 17th. It's a 21 and older event. So stop on by our webpage at hptpoker.com. All the information is on there.
That's going to raise it up here from the small blind with his king 3 offsuit, and once again a little suited gapper here for Casey, and he's going to stick around. He's really opened up his range here.
He's in the big
since
blind.
He had that first double up here a little while ago.
Flop, 2 queens and a 7. The queens have been kind of the wild cards today. We've seen a lot of pocket pairs that are queens. We've seen queens on the board. Let's go to that turn card now. It's the 8 of clubs. So now Casey with this backdoor flush draw here with
You might
2
want to
clubs.
take a stab at this if once it's checked to him, and it has been. See if he can bet Matt off his end. You'd think that Matt, with his stack, would have fired out if he had seen anything to his liking on those first 2 streets. And he is going to bet $350,000. And Matt is going to take one more check before laying down his king and showing it.
So, Bob, what are you working on these days? Anything fun?
No, I tried to get that tee off time for you tomorrow. Didn't work, so I've got my work cut out for me.
It amazes me as someone who does golf like I do, flying in to Chicago. This particular trip just happened to be clear skies, and I was awake for a change on a plane flight, looking out the window. And every 5 miles was a golf course.
A lot of golf courses,
and it really blows me away how much
Nobody
golf
works
there is
around
in
here. They
this
just
city.
play golf. That's all it is. It's a
There are an enormous amount of courses out here, and they get a lot of play. Michigan is another one where they have.
Well, you would think they would have to because the season's so short. But of course,
Michigan's shorter, but yeah, it's
These Florida guys always. We have plenty of time to golf in the Midwest. We play all the way through fall, and when the snow stops, we get right back out there. So
yeah,
we have plenty of time.
You are a hardier bunch, I will say that.
Right,
when it gets much below 70, I'm not for hitting the golf course a whole lot.
Yeah, we actually probably play more golf than somebody in Florida because we appreciate it.
Maybe.
We play as long as we can, and the minute it gets nice, we're out there too. So the king of diamonds here on the turn. So
Rob is hoping that Matt hits something. Unfortunately, Matt did not hit much.
Matt has
He's
not
got
hit much
a
at
gut
all.
shot straight draw, but he is going to see another card here.
He sure is going to see another card. He makes the call of
It was
150.
kind of a small bet there.
Yeah, I was going to say it's just 150. Looks like our board's going downhill a little bit. That
Little
always
bit.
throws me off a little bit. It's my years of being out there with the dealer, always correcting those cards. 6 of hearts there on the river. So Bob here going to try to get some more value. What's he bet here? 250.
Is that 275? 275 or 375?
375,
and Matt's going to make the call with queen high. Is not going to like
Wow,
what he
Matt
sees
did
there.
make the call with
Yeah.
queen high.
Must have really had Rob on nothing.
Well, in about 5 minutes, we're going to have Tony Lay back in here to talk about what he's been up to during the break. He probably ran over to the casino down the way and played some PLO, and he's probably up 5 Gs if I know this guy. Maybe he's got a tip on a horse or something. These gamblers, you know, you've got to ask these guys.
I think he just played the back nine.
Yeah, he
down
could
the
have
street.
too. He looks like he's got a tan there going.
Did Dom say he doesn't play if it's colder than 70?
I think something like that.
I mean, you know, we play
Look at
out
his
here
hands. He's
12
manicured
months
over
a
there.
year.
We really do. I mean,
We
that's.
do.
And then when we're not doing that, we're in the simulator.
I'm a very slight guy. I get frozen very easily. I can't. I'm very particular. I mean, we get the thing. That's sort of the reverse thing. We get so many sunny days, you know, and warm days that there are so many days we can play. It's like, why are we going to waste our time, you know, when it's 60 and drizzly and miserable? So it's kind of a little bit of the reverse of what you guys are talking about.
Well, 60 and drizzly out here sometimes is great.
Sometimes that's summer. Oh, Matt flopped a good hand.
Yes.
Oh, yes, he sure did. He sure did. Casey's going to check his ace high there.
Matt is begging for action.
Okay,
under
well,
his breath.
that helps Matt's chances a little bit. At least Casey paired his hand here. Now he's got a pair of deuces. Matt
That's
flopping.
going to make a little stab at 175, no, 2 1/4. I don't know if that deuce, though, is going to be enough for
Yeah, I'm not
Casey
sure
to
if it
continue
is
in
or
this
not.
hand.
Casey been running real well here as of late. On a little bit of a heater, but he doesn't want to give those chips back. Just a pair of deuces, and well, what's he thinking about there, Dom?
He's thinking, why didn't you bet the flop? Because that deuce did nothing for you. Because I have one of them.
Oh, is he going to raise here?
It would be a very badly timed play.
Poker's
to
all
say the
about
least.
timing.
Yes.
Is the screen frozen? Did we lose control? Oh no, I saw the dealer move. Okay, good. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you so much. Oh yeah. Boy, it really does look frozen now. Oh, it is frozen.
Casey is frozen.
Oh no. Okay. I was
She
joking.
blinked.
I was joking. I actually thought the screen was frozen.
Oh, he is going to make the call.
He's going to make the call. Boy, if an ace peels off or a deuce here, it could
He
be.
does not. He so does not want to hit. He thinks he wants to hit, but he so
Boy,
does
he
not
so
want to hit.
does not want to hit. Okay, it's a queen.
Okay, that's going to save save him
Yes.
some money, I think.
Yes. So two
Because
pair
I
queens
think it
and
could be very
deuces.
easy. It could be very easy for Matt to check behind here.
Boy, a deuce
Matt to
hits
check
there, and
first.
his tournament
Yeah,
life could be.
It
would have
is
probably
check,
been
and he's going to turn it over
Yeah,
and
so-
show the straight.
Yeah.
So.
He's thinking that could have been a whole lot worse.
Oh,
I'll
yes.
tell you that much for
Thinking,
sure.
I'm glad I didn't raise, as I might have been contemplating doing that.
So, Mr. Popper, anything else you want to promote before we'll call one more hand? We're going to let you call this last hand, okay? How's that sound?
All right, we'll give it a shot.
You're gonna be our play-by-play guy. He's got to put his glasses
Now
on.
you realize, of course, that there's a potential here that he could steal both of our jobs in this moment. And
You're
putting us at
very
risk.
right, but you know what? It's golf time anyway. It's 3:27, so if we can get out of here a little, maybe you could finish up for us. You know, it's not going to be much longer. Don't worry about that.
When's the next break?
Right? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, this should be an easy one.
Yeah. So the one hand we give you, it's a
thank you.
walk. Okay. The one we'll give you one more. How's that sound?
Casey had Matt dominated, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the 9-5 going up against the 9 tray. Boy, Dom, I don't know how this thing's going to end.
Well, I thought that we were gonna. I thought honestly that Casey was gonna continue his once that full house hit the board there. The
Yeah.
sixes full of deuces hit the board, and he lost his ace jack versus ace. And I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
it's not going to be this guy's day. He's going to be done in short order here. But back-to-back double ups, he gets those pocket aces to help him out here, and now he's going to be a force to be reckoned with here for these next couple hours as we play this final table three-handed. I thought we were going to have a situation possibly, with two guys with 125 bigs going head-to-head for God knows how long. But now Casey has staked his claim back in this tournament.
Flop is ace jack 5, couple of diamonds. So good flop there for Casey, who's got the best of it so far.
Actually, Rob's got a pair of fives there on the bottom.
But you see the percentages,
but
yes.
He's still behind.
Yes.
So certainly a hand where both players are going to see a turn card, I would think. Yes, and a bet and a call here.
Okay. It's the Jack of clubs.
And that's something that I don't think was going to get either player off their hand. I think Rob is going to think that Jackson 5 is something he can still proceed with, and Casey obviously is still chasing his flush draw. With 16 outs, as it turns out. Obviously, he doesn't know that, but...
Okay, they both check. Let's go to that river
both
card.
reasonable plays.
And it's the 9 of spades. So Casey pairs his 9 there, and that's going to do it right there. Jackson 9s. Casey's going to win the hand.
I think I did that pretty well, didn't I?
Yeah, you did just fine. Fantastic, actually. Fantastic. Well, Bob, thanks so much for stopping by.
Gentlemen, it was my pleasure. Thanks for the opportunity.
Sure do appreciate it. Let me shake your hand.
Great,
And,
great
thanks
to
for
meet you, Dom.
everything, my
Thanks,
friend.
James. Thank you very much.
You bet, Mr. Popper. That's Bob Popper. We're so glad to have him stop by. He's a friend of Chicago Joe's and a journalist here.
Any friend of Chicago Joe's needs to be a friend of yours, because otherwise Joe will slap you around.
Right, exactly. And Tony Lay's going to come back in, and we're going to find out what Tony's been. Have you eaten yet today? Told you go nail the buffet down there, buddy?
No, I was sitting downstairs watching the final table.
Oh, sure. All right, so you don't fly out till 8 o'clock tonight, so you got some time to kill, don't you?
Yeah, I still got a couple hours.
Yeah.
Uber's going to be here at 5 to pick me up.
Okay, perfect. Well, we might be done by then, or we might be three-handed still at that point. You never know. So
looks like things have been rolling pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, to be down to 3 players here at 3:30, it's unbelievable. But you never say, not too fast here. Can't get too ahead of ourselves, because still plenty of poker to be played and a lot of chips in play.
Well, like Brian said when he was here, is that we haven't had the big dramatic suckouts, the double ups from players. A lot of eliminations have been happening when all the chips have gotten into the middle.
Right.
So
160. It's got to go 160.
Well, Brian was in really good spirits. I was glad he stopped by.
Yeah, he was. Obviously, he was very happy with the way things turned out today. He wasn't too upset with anything. Thought he missed it. But again, we're talking about a guy who had coming into today had a little under 30,000 in career earnings, and he's walking out of here with 36. So more than doubling his total and heading back home. So you can understand why he would. Even not finishing a first place finish, why it would be hard to wipe the smile off his face.
Yeah. So in the studio with me, or in our live studio, is Oklahoma Tony. Tony, is this the year you get a PLO bracelet, you think? Is that the plan? That's always the plan, right?
It's always a plan, but what does the chip count look like for Casey?
Casey's up to about 3.3 million right now. Matt's at about 7.8, and Rob is about 5.5. Is what I've got.
Oh, Casey's climbed his way back in here then.
Yeah, no, he got 2 double ups while you were away, including a big one with pocket aces that got him up over the 3 million chip mark. So he's now back in business here. And speaking of back in business, we've got 3 aces in this hand.
Wow.
Ace King, Ace Jack, and Ace Deuce. 2 of them suited. And we had a raise to 200,000 from Matt that Casey has 3-bet to 6 1/4, and Rob's sitting here with Ace Jack suited in the big blind, wondering what's going on.
Yeah, I think Rob's fixing to 4-bet this and get himself in trouble.
He is going to 4-bet.
He's going to 4-bet.
1,400,000. And Matt's Ace Deuce has shrunk up a little bit here all of a sudden, and he's going to let that go. Casey has jammed, and Rob has made the call. So
Ace King, Ace
big,
Jack.
a big switch in our main event final table atmosphere coming here shortly.
Unbelievable.
Casey hoping that his Ace King is going to hold up and keep him alive in this event.
Can Casey keep this ship moving so far? It's been good for him. We'll see if he can stay ahead in the hand as we go to the flop, and it's Ace Queen 5.
And it's an excellent flop for Casey.
Okay, so Casey in the lead still with his Ace King.
As Rob didn't hit any hearts, obviously, and
no
is now
hearts.
looking for a jack.
Okay, and that's another club. So
now in big trouble.
Yeah, he's down to 3 outs.
Yeah, down to one of the remaining 3 jacks left in the deck. Wow, how's this thing turned around? Let's go to the river card. And it's a jack, just like that. The Jack of Spades.
Unbelievable.
Casey is one card away, 7% away from going from roughly 20 big blinds
Finally came through on a
to second
triple-digit
place
score.
in
Out of all my
chips,
trips out of town, I've
three-handed,
never finally came
and being an absolute force in this main event. And goodness, what just happened there?
Unbelievable. The jack comes on the end. That pesky river, Tony. How do you handle a beat like that? Everything's going your way. You're chipping up, and all of a sudden you get rivered. What do? Go to the bar and do a shot of tequila?
That's a good idea.
Back elbow the dealer on your way out?
Something, unbelievable. And just like that, it's time for heads-up poker. So 2 players remain playing for the remainder of the cash here at this final table. But we got to get Casey in here for a quick interview. If he'll come in, I'm not sure.
I don't know if I'd be willing to talk to anybody at that point after that one. I mean, the roller coaster that he had been on from where he was starting the day, 4th in chips, to going all the way down the way it had, some bad luck and a little bit of 1 or 2 missteps along the way, but then to get a double up when you need it, to get pocket aces when you need it, and then to be in an ace-king, ace-jack situation where you have no flush possible, no straight possible, and saying, let me avoid these 3 cards, and I got over 6 million chips, I'm near the chip lead, and I can be right back in this thing with a chance to win this bracelet, and bang. Just the bullet right to the heart. That was just
like
so painful.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to try to talk to Casey, and you're probably going to have to go down and fill out some paperwork for him anyway.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to say to the poor guy, but I'll try and get him his money.
Hey, that's poker. We'll be back with more HPT action. A 10-minute break. Don't go too far.
Mic check, 1, 2. I can't hear myself in my own ear, so. Oh, there it comes. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Germany got real
Mic check.
the last hand.
Oh, on the last hand you did? 1, 2, 3. Sync.
How you doing?
What's up, Joe?
Joe?
Okay.
Oh, I just, he said, that's a hardcover. I don't know if you got one or not. I saw one over there, but that's one off of,
Oh, okay.
I put it off in case you want to use it.
Okay. Just doing a mic check for audio. Testing out some sync issues. Mic check.
just over $173,000, the HPT main event bracelet, and the $3,600 championship package.
All right, folks, welcome back to the HPT here at the Ameristar Casino Hotel East Chicago. And then there were two. We started with over 500 entries. Let's send it down to the floor and Jeremy Smith. I assume Jeremy's going to talk. If he doesn't, we'll talk. So the tail of the tape, Rob up top with 102 BBs, Matt right behind him with 94. Somewhat irrelevant. They're both basically.
Here's the tail of the tape. I'm still trying to get over the groin kick that poor Casey Carroll just took. There
Yeah. And where is Casey?
We just saw
if you see Casey, would you
we
grab him?
just saw it
Thank
on
you.
the delay on the Twitch broadcast just before we came back here, and the entire the stream started scrolling with comments: brutal, sick, disgusting,
It's
gross,
still going.
nasty.
It's still going. Yeah.
Oh my God, 3 out on the river, and sometimes. Being around events as often as I have now over the last decade, you kind of get a feeling when something's going to happen. Because you could feel that card coming. Sometimes you actually can. You're thinking, oh, this straight's going to come or something's going to happen.
I know what you mean.
It doesn't always happen, of course, but sometimes you feel it happening. And here I am thinking, oh my God, this is going to be the story of the event.
Right.
Is that Casey is going to be here? He's going to be frustrated. He's going to be upset. He's going to get sucked out on a full house
Right.
board. He's going to think life is miserable. And here's this great comeback going to happen. He hits aces at the right time, and now he's in this situation where he's going to be up to $6 million in chips, and he was opening up his play a little bit and getting a little more confident, and then that 3-outer, that jack comes on the end, and
just not the way you want to go out, but
it makes you want to vomit and never stop vomiting if you're Casey Carroll.
A lot of vomiting going on, that's for sure. But we have two players left, and they're both very happy because they're going to be chopping up, not chopping up, I shouldn't use that word, but competing for over $279,000. 107,385 for first, 105,990 for second. So Queen 10 going up against Jack Trey. The flop is Queen 7-5. Back into my golf voice.
Yes, and as we said, we're now in the situation that I actually thought we might be in a little while ago, where we do get the third place player eliminated, and we've got two guys with basically 100 big blinds going heads up here. So
Right.
we could be in a situation where we're at this for a long time, mono a mono.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the deck decides to do. It's not always up to the players. There was talk in the bathroom just now as I got back about luck in the game of poker, and you got to be good and you got to be lucky. I think that's how poker works, especially playing PLO.
In competitive environments and gaming environments, there's obviously luck involved, but obviously being good. You go, oh, I'd rather be lucky than good. No, you wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't.
No, what's the old saying? Form is temporary, class is permanent. If you're a great player and you stay a great player, you're going to win more often than not. If you're just relying on luck the whole time, then it's not going to go for you very well.
Yeah, you just keep putting yourself in good spots, and the cream will rise eventually.
If you had to give one of these players advice, Tony Lay, what would that advice be to try to close this thing out?
From what I've seen, Rob is kind of overvalued a few hands. I would stay aggressive, but I wouldn't get in there and overvalue hands with like ace-10, ace-jack on a 4-bet board or pre-flop. I mean, he is staying putting pressure on him, so I don't know. We'll see. Both players are really deep.
Okay, flop is 6-4 deuce. Hey, real quick, guys, we're going to give away some more Razor clothing. So all you got to do is type Razor.
Free stuff.
Free stuff in the old message area there, and you can go home with some official Razor clothing, and you can check out their gear and their website over at razor.clothing. I want to thank them for their partnership with the good old HPT.
And we don't have Rob's cards. He did not position them correctly on his little X mark there.
Does he have a 3? Can you tell me, Nostradamus?
I
Does
don't
he have
think
a 3?
he has a 3
I don't
here,
think he
no.
does either. He's on the button.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has a pair, but I don't think he has a 3. And Matt obviously did not
Matt,
get anything to his liking, and I don't think he'll be putting any more money in this putt on 9 high, given the action that we've had to this point.
you guys like watching heads-up poker? I love it. There's certain people out there that think it can be a little boring. I love every minute of it. It's great to watch the heads-up chess game.
It's really where you can see a lot of the dynamics as far as people think, oh, there's always all this bluffing and everybody's putting everybody on hands and everybody's. A lot of times when you're in full field events, unless you're playing with someone consistently for a really long period of time, 6 or 7 hours, most people are just playing the cards that they got in front of them and not getting too out of line with anything. But when you get heads up, obviously, you can really begin to start ranging players and seeing and focusing on their tells so much, because you only have to watch one person, you don't have to watch 8 people, and that's where the magic can really happen. We've got the replay here up on the screen.
Replay, and
this is like. I mean, this is like watching another, like watching Pearl Harbor videos or something like that.
And when you see Casey there, it's like the pictures you see on the internet before tragedy strikes. Here's the last photo, and Casey looks calm and cool there. Everything's
has no
good.
idea of the disaster that's about to befall him.
The disaster that's about to come, and we see that here as he was ahead with his ace king, and the flop was really good for him too.
Yeah.
Not a heart, no heart came out on the flop.
No heart. No.
There was a queen, I think. We'll see.
Yeah, there was a queen. There was a queen, but no straight draw that would threaten him. It wasn't like an 8, 9, 10 or something like that where you'd have to worry about that.
Yeah, and you see the 3-bet there to 625. We'll go back to that and wrap it up if you missed it. But yeah, our feed just went crazy with people. We went crazy here in the booth, and it's a tough way to go out. So
it looked like a scene from Rounders movie.
Yeah, it
kind
really
of
did.
Yeah, it did. It's tough to script that. I've seen some crazy things over the years here on the HPT. That's just
well, it just confirmed my suspicions that live poker is the most rigged of all. Clearly,
yeah, forget about
and
the
this site's the
internet.
worst.
Right.
I mean, this is terrible.
Yeah, what site is this? For me, the hand that really sticks out was an all-in. Where were we at? St. Louis, the event Roger Campbell won, and the player goes all in with kings. He gets called by the chip leader with ace jack. Flop comes 6, 6, 6. Turn card 6. Yeah,
yes.
you all know how that ends.
Oh,
and just what a way to go out. You flop the boat. 6 is full of kings, and you get counterfeited by quads, and they play the ace. So I just remember that hand more than anything over the years, and I'm sure. Tony, you probably got an encyclopedia of bad beats of sorts, I'm sure, as for much poker as you played.
Yeah, I've got plenty to tell, but we ain't got that much time.
Right, yeah. We're heads up, so you're right. We don't have that much time.
Theoretically, it could happen at any moment, although the chip stack says we came in with, by the way, a heads-up play started with Robbie being in the lead, obviously, with getting that jack on the river there. He had 8.2 million, and Matt had 7.5 million, and the stacks have moved slightly. And
there's that
right
jack.
there.
Can we rewind that, Kurt? Let's run that jack back again one more time.
Let's run it back again and see if we can watch the moment where Casey's bowels actually leave his body.
Oh, it's just it's tough. It's tough. Yeah.
There's Casey out there.
Oh, I think we're going to try to get him in here.
He's still erect, which is a good thing. He hasn't curled up in the fetal position.
Yeah, he looks like he's choking with his. Hey, you know what though? 70,258. That helps the pain a little bit.
A little bit.
But think about it. You set it up. He'd have over 7 million chips or whatever it was.
6.5 or something like that.
And he would have been right in the driver's seat to potentially win this thing, which everybody wants to do, especially when you get this close. I mean, this is your chance, and he was in the lead. He had the momentum. He had the juju. It was all going for him, and then boom.
And looking to defend his title here from last May. What an accomplishment that would have been here if you can win back-to-back. I mean, obviously we come here, like we said earlier, more than once, but to win the same event in the same place at the same time of year and defend your title like that would have been an extraordinary accomplishment. Third place is nothing to sneeze at, certainly.
No sneezing.
But
that's for sure.
How many times has that been done?
What's that?
Win back-to-back.
Boy, not a lot.
I want to say we just didn't. We had where was it? It was it in St. Louis?
We did just have it, didn't
we had the guy in St. Louis.
You have the Ante in a way?
Yeah, here we go. We've got it on the screen right now. The Ace King versus the Ace Jack. And
so
again,
look at the flop.
This was a what was it? A 6-bet situation.
Yep.
Right? The Ace Jack 4-bet, and then Ace King
flop.
shove on the 5-bet, and then Ace Jack actually he went over the top to get the last guy out, to get Matt out. And so we were heads up here, and you just get this feeling right here that Casey's like, okay, I'm in this thing. I mean,
Right, yeah.
you
And
know,
there
he's already planning what he's going to do in the next couple of hands.
Absolutely.
With his new chips. I mean,
Yeah,
he's already
absolutely.
got to figure out, okay, I'm going to be more aggressive here like I
93 to
have
7,
been.
yeah.
And he's just got to dodge 3 outs.
A heart didn't even hit the board.
Yeah.
Everything was good on this flop.
Yeah.
And look at that.
And
The
then
jack of
just-
spades, the dagger. And did we see what he does
Yeah,
here? 'Cause
and Matt even had to get up away from the table and walk away. He couldn't bear to watch
boy,
that.
look at that. Instead of shaking hands, you want to run out the room and just get in your car and drive 100 and get a speeding ticket. You wouldn't even care.
Just jump right in the lake.
Right,
here.
Lake Michigan here. Yeah. A lot of bodies out there, so be
And
careful.
now we've got a little interesting hand going on right now. Live, though, is both players flop top pair with very good kickers.
Yeah, 6
And
there.
you see that 2 pair there on the end. And I'm surprised that there wasn't any continuation action on the turn there after Matt's check call on the flop. And he's going to take a stab here and see if his 2 pair is good. And you know that Rob's thinking here, okay, he check called my bet on the flop. Did he do it with a 6?
Right, yeah.
And did he just trip up on me here? And am I going to be putting more money in bad here and giving away my chip lead potentially?
Tony Lay, how important is reading your opponent when it comes to heads-up play? I mean, because your opponent can have any 2 cards at any given moment
Right.
when you're heads up.
I mean, I rely a lot on physical tells also, rather than just what they've done in the past.
Sure.
That Rob made the call here, so
No
he's
good.
going to hang on. A good call there by Rob with his ace-9. And he's going to pick up this spot and remain in front and extend his chip lead now to about $3 million overall.
Lotus 3 said, should I make myself a sandwich? And yes, the guy says, yes, both are 100 big blinds deep. So we could be here a while, and it depends on, again, what the deck does. If we get queens and kings or aces and jacks or 10s or 9s, it could end real quick. But
they're not bashful about putting their chips in. So.
no, they're not. They're not. If I had to just guess on how long we're going to be here, I think this could be a solid hour and a half. Of course, it could be over in one hand or it can be over in 4 hours, but I'm going to put the over-under. I'm going to set the line at 5:17 Central. It's 4 an hour off on the stream, but I'm going to say an hour and 17 minutes, and we have a champion. You want the over or the under there, T?
I would probably take the under.
You taking the under? Okay. I've been around this HPT a long time, and just when you think it's gonna do the under,
And the dealer rigs the deck, and because she's got a hot date, and we all want to get home.
Right.
That's how it happens.
We used to see Heather a lot. What's Heather's last name? The dealer that does WSOP. Heather
Elkhorn.
Elkhorn.
Yes.
And we used to call her the Terminator because she would
Oh,
come
she
in.
she has earned that nickname.
And,
believe me, I've worked with her for years.
We never cheered for any particular player, honestly. But after a 12-hour day, we were all ready to go home. So it's kind of like bring in the reliever. Elkhorn would come in. All of a sudden,
The closer's in.
You'd see jacks and 7s and queens, and all of a sudden 2 players would be eliminated. And she's good.
We should have gotten our buddy Paul. Paul had an infamous hand here in a 1A, flight A of this main event.
I heard about this.
Yes, it's a 9-handed table, and he puts 6 pocket pairs out there.
Come
He's
on.
got aces versus kings versus 10s versus 4s versus 2s. The 2 low one,
You
the
got a
fours,
pinochle
the,
deck
four,
or a
the,
double
fours
deck?
the 4s and deuces had a sense enough to get out of the way, but the other 4 got it all in.
Wow.
And the aces quadrupled up on the flop because he hit an ace.
Sure.
And one of the kings busted, the 10s busted, and then the other king was obviously crippled. And speaking of flopping a good card,
Okay, we gotta be quiet, guys. It's
Matt
tripping.
has flopped middle set here against Rob's bottom pair with a backdoor flush draw.
Backdoor flush. So now an ace comes on the
that's
turn.
bad.
So a full house here for Matt. 8's full of aces. Rob with 2 pair.
Matt had 3-bet initially pre-flop with his pair. So leading here, you got to wonder if Rob is going to put any more money in, given his holdings and given the 3-bet pre-flop.
Okay,
he is going to let it go.
So he is going to fold.
So Matt's a little bit bummed, but he didn't get any more action there, and he flips his 8's face up.
Yeah, sticky as Rob has been. I'm surprised that he didn't see one straight anywhere.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. We saw an interesting hand last time we were in town. You tweeted about it, where a guy flopped quads at one of our prelims, and his opponent went runner for a straight flush.
Yes,
that was the case. That's that's no fun either.
Yeah, Thank
sixes
goodness
for me.
that didn't happen at the final table. Otherwise, the streaming thing on your little
Yes.
Twitch TV might have exploded.
It might have exploded on my little computer here.
Yes.
Couldn't have handled. There would have been smoke coming out of it. James Larson alongside Dominic Siebert, and we got Tony Lay in the studio as well. They call him Oklahoma Tony. He's a rounder. He plays from coast to coast.
That wasn't a comment on his weight, was it?
No, well, you can say that.
Rude.
Is that pocket eights again? Or
It is
Yes,
pocket
it
eights
is.
again.
We've
Back-to-back
seen
hands
eights.
for Matt.
We've seen eights a lot, and we've seen queens a lot. Eights and queens. Only seen aces twice, I think, I want to say.
Yeah.
We've seen kings a few times. We've seen sevens, and just talked about the eights.
And they flopped a set again.
Top, look at this. 8, 7, 6, 2 spades.
This time it's top set,
Yeah,
not middle
it could-
set.
this could be
And
an action flop
and
here,
especially when
depending
you
on what Rob's
Right,
that's a
yeah,
much
there
wetter
could
board
be-
than what the last one.
You know, if Rob's got a piece of that or a suited connector to go along with it, this is kind of fun not knowing the cards. Now we'll just have to try to guess. So, Tony, I'm going to have you try to put.
And
see what
that
Rob
adds
does.
to the excitement
It
here
sure
with
does.
a third
Yeah,
spade.
It sure does. Third
And
spade.
a fourth straight card, and Matt's sitting there with the gut
Matt's
shot
leading.
straight flush draw, and
Matt.
has guy betting into it.
There's nothing better than having a set and a gut shot straight flush draw. Those days are fun.
And that's called this bit of 600,000. Although he's probably gotten a little bit more concerned
Okay, so the
than he was
Yeah,
initially.
That's another straight card.
And another straight card. So, boy.
This might be a
He's-
crying call for Matt here if Rob fires again, and he does 600,000. Same bet he made on the turn.
He's not bluffing.
You do not have the same hand. You're going to
No
win.
bluff. And
Set of
Rob
eights? Oh,
hesitated,
straight.
turned over his hand here.
I thought you said you have the same hand as in like the same hand as me. Whoa. Yeah.
As last time.
Well,
Where are the chips getting pushed to?
Somebody's got to tell me something here. Can I phone a friend? I'm supposed to be the announcer.
Oh, he hit the 5 on
He
the
did
turn.
hit the 5.
Wow, that's so disgusting.
that's what I thought. I knew you wouldn't.
Kinda. Did you
Rob,
see the way he-
Rob has the good juju on his side apparently right now, hitting that jack on
Oh, and
the
look
end
at
a
that
minute
now.
ago, and now it's a 2-1 chip lead over Matt as he turns the low straight, hits the open ender.
I'm not sure
and
how I
takes
feel
down
about
the
this.
set.
I'm the one that got Rob started on his trail back.
Right, yeah, we talked about that earlier.
Yeah, you were the one. You said he gave him a courtesy double up, and you
Yeah,
didn't realize how courteous you were being at the
I
time.
mean, yeah, I mean,
you may be
he-
looking for a cut outside here in a little bit.
He came to the table with only like I'm gonna want to say 25,000
Yeah,
or
you were
something
talking
like
about that at the start of our broadcast. All right, so a big hand there, as we just saw it. If you're just joining us, it's Heads Up Poker, and if you're just joining us too, you're probably thinking, well, it's 4 o'clock Central. What do they got? 6, 7 players left? No, we're down to 2. It's been really fast here. A lot of action in the deck and a lot of action with the players. Dominic, you do a lot of these smaller events.
I'm sorry?
Smaller events, the side events. How
Gray?
many times do you see
You need some
Heads
gray?
Up Poker start? And maybe this is the first time the players ever played Heads Up.
It happens far too often, I think, because what happens in a lot of the side events is that players start discussing chop when you get down inside of 6 players.
Of course, yeah.
And
you don't get a chance to practice.
No, that's
you know?
I hate chopping as a player, and I really don't like it as someone in the industry because again, this is when it gets to be most exciting. When you get to the main events, when you get to the big buy-in tournaments, and you get down to these short-handed situations where someone can be winning some life-changing money, and you have absolutely no preparation and no experience playing in this kind of environment, and how you have to adjust your strategies because people are so anxious to chop because, oh, well, I'm guaranteed 3,000 here, but oh, do I want to win 20,000 more? No, let me just chop for 6,000 and we're
there's
all
so much
good.
hedging
you
going
know?
on.
I mean,
It's like,
I mean, if someone told you, okay, here's $3,000, you can either turn it into 23,000 or you can turn it into 6,000. Which would be more likely to try? What should you try to do? Especially when half of them take their money to the angry roulette table as soon as they win it. You know?
Right, yeah, and
it's
I'm
crazy
not.
to me.
I'm not going to come in because I'm not a professional player like you, Tony. So I'm sure you have a different view on that as far as chopping goes. And there's a time for it. Sometimes, there's a time and place for it, I guess.
There's a time and place for it. A lot of depending on the caliber of player you're up against.
Yeah,
Obviously,
that's true too. How many chips you have?
Yeah, ICM comes into play. But I'm not a big fan of chopping either. I mean, a lot of times if it's big money on the line, then
Sure.
we may leave a big portion of it to play for, and And
it depends on who you're chopping with. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, that can be part of it too. But
it's got to be a big part of it.
Initially, the thing for me when I first really started seeing this happening a lot was guys who would be in like the situation I talked about. Okay, you're guaranteed 3,000. You can chop for 6, or you can play for like 25K. And they're so anxious to get their chop done, and the first thing they then do with that chop is then go buy into the next tournament, for like $300, $500, whatever. Like, wait a minute, you got a chance to win 20,000.
Yeah.
Now you want to put yourself through another 10-hour session or whatever like that.
Yeah,
Why are you doing
that's,
that to yourself?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
That's exactly what happened to my first 6-figure score. We ended up chopping, and
no, it's a 6-figure score. That's one thing.
Yeah,
Again, you got to talk about the money. Look at this hand here.
I was tickled pink to chop at that point because I was playing against the defending champion.
Yeah.
And like I said, it was my first 6-figure score. So
absolutely.
And we ended up chopping like 120,000 a piece. And then what did he do? He went straight to the 25, 50, 100 PLO game with it. And who knows what happened after that?
Yeah. Now, you as a floor guy, Dom, have to love the fact when they chop because it wraps up your side event or your tournament a little early.
Yeah, I mean, unless most places now are not longer on this, but it used to be that as a floor guy you would be on hourly pay.
Oh, sure.
So if you were working hourly days, say no, I'm not chopping, and you wouldn't even put like the chop value on the screen or anything at the tournament like that. And so hey, be here longer. But most of the
does HPT facilitate chops then?
We don't facilitate chops. It was always frowned upon. We can't tell people what they can and cannot do. Okay?
And especially when you get down to main events and player of the year points and stuff like that, a lot of places in that situation.
Right.
Well, I know back in the old days it was strictly forbidden.
It was forbidden in the old days.
It was considered like poor sportsmanship almost. Like you weren't playing the game the proper way.
But he's talking about the HPT rule. I mean, we had
the
first couple.
rule.
First couple tables I made. I mean, we actually had to we wired up and we had to wear a wire back in the bathroom.
Yeah, I mean. It was like a Fed deal. It was a Fed deal.
They was making sure we was not working a chop.
But what poker tour could ever eliminate or kick out a player for making a chop? Do you realize
there's no way you
could
could completely
you couldn't do it. And we tried our best. And the reason, just real quick, the reason for that is we have a TV show. We have these production people. If you want to make your chops, that's going to happen. But we have to have you play it out for TV. There's a crew here.
Right.
We have a live stream. We have player of the year points. All of that. And I think just like if you and I were up there right now and we were about, maybe you and I would make a chop, but we still want to be the champion.
Right.
So that's not going to change because you get the bracelet, you get the bragging rights, like I always talk about on TV, and you go home as an HPT champion. So if these guys want to make a chop, we ask they do it obviously off camera, and don't make it obvious. Don't go all in with your 7 deuce and try to get it over with in one hand. But I don't know any 2 players that would, even after a chop, want to just give it up unless it's a tax reason that they don't want to,
John, we're deep into taxes right now. It's not going to be an issue they're going to be able to avoid.
Well, right, exactly. Yeah, it's not a $2,500 or a $10,000 win. This is 6 figures. So I personally, just to finish this up, never had a problem with it because it's their money. It's not our money. We take our percentage, and this is the players' money. And I think these tours are all about the players. Listen to the players, work with the players, and don't piss the players off. Excuse my French.
Has either of these 2 players had a 6-figure score?
Yeah, one of Robbie has. Robbie's got 7 tournament wins, major tournament wins over his career. Let me find where his numbers are here.
While you're doing that, I'll do the reset.
Robbie's got. He's actually. Robbie is going to. Well, what's the second place again? 105, right?
105.
So he still needs. If he gets first place, he's over $1 million in career earnings. But no individual score has been 6 figures yet for Rob.
Wow.
And Matt actually has less than 16,000 in career earnings. So this is obviously by far his biggest win to date, and it's going to boost his confidence.
I'm getting too backward when you said that.
Yeah,
because I can tell Rob's been in a spot before.
Yeah, Matt's the younger gentleman there with the scruffy-looking beard.
So back to practicing heads up. I've had a lot of pros say,
He's made a lot of nice hands too today.
Or do whatever. But I think the only real way, Dom, to get that practice is to just play more heads up to get down to a final turn. I think sit and goes are good, like a one-table sit and go, because you can obviously get through those quicker. You know what I'm saying?
And also, we talked about the 6-max tournament that we had.
Yeah.
If you play a couple 6-max, you get used to at least the short-handed environment. So even if you're not 6-handed, player bust you, they're playing 5-handed, and that can help you a little bit as well.
Because, when you sign up for a big tournament like this, and I remember the first time, I got into one of these, God forbid, all of a sudden you make it deep, and then you got to figure out, well, man, there's 12 12 players. Well, there's 6. Now what do I do? I gotta play this, and now I gotta win it. So
Yeah.
you gotta switch gears real quick.
Amazing thing to me, also, when you were talking about the World Series and dealing in the last decade or so, is that when you get some of these bigger name players who were used to cash game environments, or say like a poker after dark kind of environment, where it's all the top pros and guys I know and stuff like that. They go and make the main event of the WSOP, and they make a deep run. Even they're not used to that kind of pressure and everything. I remember Eric Lindgren, I think 2 years ago, had like a top 50 finish. And talking to him as I kind of got to know him over the years, and he's like, I'm freaking out.
Sure.
You know, I mean, and this is someone who's who's made millions and millions of dollars over the course of it. He's lost millions and millions of dollars as well. He's used to the swings of the game.
Right. Yeah.
But he was like, I can barely handle this. I'm having trouble sleeping at night.
Right. Yeah.
And so I mean, it's a completely different animal than what even some of the best players in the world are used to. And it really makes the accomplishments of some of the superstars all the more amazing. Guys like Helmuth and Ivy and all those folks.
And I've been fortunate to have a lot of conversations with Greg Raymer and David when he finished second to that year, Jerry Yang, Darvin Moon, who was runner-up in the world, and just talking. I just love picking their brain. What was going through your mind? What were you thinking? What were you feeling? I asked Greg Raymer, what'd you do after you won the thing? He says, took my wife, we went upstairs and watched the local news. We flipped around on the TV box because it was just a rabbit ears. You watch the local news, and they didn't really party. No surprise for Greg Raymer, whereas other guys were out, out all night buying drinks for the rail. Everybody celebrates it a little differently, but interesting to hear their thoughts of what was going through their mind and how they
when
did.
you get deep into big tournaments, I mean, your thought process completely changes, your mood changes, the way you. A few years back, I mean, I got up at around 100th in the main event, and I mean, you could just tell everybody was just so much more tenseful. I mean, making mistake after mistake, overvaluing hands. I mean, it's
both players here with the queen. Queen Jack and Queen 7. It's heads-up poker here from East Chicago. Here's the flop: 2 9s and a jack.
Rob's getting a little chill. He's getting a little sneaky here.
Yeah, turn card is the 4 of hearts.
First is going to bet 225,000.
Yeah, see, he stole a bet. He stole a bet from Matt there.
Yeah, he sure did.
Drawn dead.
Make the call, 225.
Okay, so the bet is 225,000. You see the check mark there for Rob. Let's go to the river. It's the ace of hearts. So
That's going to be first.
the way Rob can lose the hand is if he folds, and I don't think that's going to happen. Action over to Matt. Matt's going to check.
I think that might shut the action down.
Yeah, just flip it over. Drag that 870,000. Stack your chips.
Good check, man.
Rob continues to extend his chip lead here now over 12 million, I think, what this spot's going to be, if my math is right here. A little bit over 12, maybe a little bit more than that even.
So, Dom, let me ask you an honest question. Let's say you took this thing down for
Told you I was the tightest player on the table.
173,385.
Nobody believed me.
What's the first thing you do with the cash besides?
First thing I
this
do
would be
is
something really weird. I can guarantee
No,
you
no,
that.
it-
Give me your honest.
Obviously,
really
it's not.
is
I
not
would have
gonna
called
be
in your
that
spot. I mean, that's very unlucky for you.
The first
But
thing
usually,
I would
the
do
guy
is
that
probably
does good usually gets lucky. I mean, it's that simple.
go in. The condo that I live in is currently family owned, and I would probably get an ownership stake in that.
There you go.
In addition to what I already do is hopefully decrease my rent a little bit. My car is all paid off, so I don't have to worry about that anymore.
It's a 1991 Dodge Chrysler LeBaron, I think, is what it was the last time I saw you.
All right.
There'd be obviously some going in the bank. My investment portfolio would perhaps get a little bit
Yes,
bigger.
absolutely.
But then again, you take the taxes out. You have to pay and stuff like that. So you're maybe looking at only about 120 total, maybe by the time
Sure.
you get
Exactly.
into it. So
Then all of a sudden
I mean,
your cousin calls
Appreciate
from
you taking me in.
Philadelphia. Hey,
That's
Dom,
yeah, he could drop dead as far as I'm concerned. But, no, but I mean that's not going to get you extraordinarily far, and especially if you're someone who's like a poker player who's who will invest
Yep.
$1,000, $2,000 a session. You hit a bad month, and that thing's gone in a hurry. So.
Yeah, I know that feeling very well.
And I've had, here we go. Well, 10s and a king. So we'll see if this gets any action.
Well, Rob's going to raise a king, as he says he should.
Absolutely.
So he's going to min-raise it to 80,000. That's either not going to go anywhere. Let's see if he slow plays it or not. Let's see blue chips. That would be a no.
That would be a no. So he's going to go ahead and raise it. That raises to 275. And it looks like a quick call there by Rob. Both wearing the lucky HPT hats. We'll see which one is luckier. Jack 6 Trey is the flop. I hear some screaming. That could be from the Baccarat table down the hall.
I can't imagine that would slow Matt down, even though there was an overcard.
Are you talking about the flop or the yell?
Good hand, young man.
Okay.
Either one.
Either one. And
now, if you were going to say that I had won, say, maybe $2 million in a poker tournament, that might change things.
Right. Yeah.
Not the 175,000 that I would turn down.
Did I have the button?
I was about to say I've had.
Yeah, I did. Didn't I? I came in and then
pretty big scores like this, and both of them.
I'm pretty sure I came in and you
didn't end well as far as where the money went, and then all of a sudden it was all gone and it was time to pay taxes. I don't want to dwell on that. I mean, it happens. It's happened to a lot of us playing this game.
No, he won the pot.
You give Tony for a young person, say a 25, 26-year-old kid, if you will, that just wins $200,000 playing poker.
Well, the first advice I give him, which David Williams had done this when he at the World Series. He had a investment guy take care of his money, where he was, the way I understood it, he was just allotted basically an allowance and really couldn't do nothing stupid with his money. Now I file taxes, corporately, so it's, as a professional gambler, so it's a little different.
Well, he won the pot, so it's got to be yeah.
But I'm not sure if you can do, if you can really sign up to do that after the fact. I think you have to be, a professional gambler before you win the money.
Right. Now, the things that my friends, one of them, I'm not going to say mistakes, but instead of playing $1,100 buy-ins and 1650s, they
jump
amped it
up
up.
to
amped it up.
20,000.
Yeah, and hey, if you got the game and you think you can do it, but these guys overextended their bankroll after their first big hit.
I know a very similar story of a friend who I think was in a circuit event in West Palm Beach, won a six-figure score, posted like 110, something like that. And then, I see him playing, the 10K buy-ins, the WSOP the next time. I'm like, dude, you won 110K and it wasn't even your money. You were staked for almost a third of it. What are you doing playing a 10K?
Yeah, and I don't want to discourage players from trying to take that next step, but I just think you have to, take baby steps as far as that goes.
Absolutely.
And
if you want to say, okay, I'm playing 1,000 events, so maybe I'll try 2,500.
Absolutely.
That's a little bit more understandable than jumping up, 10 times what you're normally used
Even a guy like Craig Casino that plays our tour, regularly, the legend, when he had all his big scores, he didn't do anything crazy. He played a couple of $2,500 events and a 5K event, but and again, I don't want to get flamed for this, but I just think be careful out there because you want to.
Well, even the jump from if you're a cash game grinder, the jump from 1-2 to 2-5, if you can't hit it, it can be huge.
Yeah, you guys know that. You see it every other day.
I mean, you're used to buying in, for $200, $300 a day, and maybe winning 100, 150, and then you're sitting down with 500, and you play 2 hands, and you get bad beat, and you've lost more than you have at one session in 4 or 5 years. And just psychologically, what that impact can have on you, let alone is
I mean, for the most part, a lot of the professionals will sell action or trade action.
Sure.
I mean, I myself, I sell a lot of action out, so I might play a 10K event, for 50%, and I may only have 3,000 invested or something like that.
Yeah.
Kings and 8s here for Matt.
And mystery hand for Rob.
It's remember, there used to be the Jack Links wild card hand back in the WSOP days of ESPN.
And he just made the call there for 400K, which was a pretty big bet on that board. It was only 500 in the pot at the time. And we've now seen that the reason Rob called is because he hit his third 8 on the end. So thank goodness for the club here for Matt. This might slow the action down a little bit. Otherwise, he would have perhaps lost a significant amount of chips, and that may be happening anyways.
Yeah, he's firing again.
Because he fired was 650, I think I saw. And I can't imagine Rob not raising here, based on the way this hand's gone. No, he's just made the call. Okay. I guess and an instant there from Matt. He knew. Or no, he did raise. Excuse me, he did raise. And,
Thank you.
And Matt folded, so that's why we didn't see a showdown there. So Rob made the raise there. Matt laid it down. And Matt's stack is now down to a 1 versus 3 chip advantage
I
situation.
I knew eventually I would kill you guys with that, but it's been good so far.
This heads-up battle
Usually
so
they would have
far.
complained earlier. I've ruined at least 1,000 decks
It
playing poker,
wasn't,
at
it
least.
wasn't very big at the start, but yeah, it's
I'm being honest with you.
very,
I'm the worst. I
one-sided.
have a lot of worse things, but one of them
8.2 to
is
7.6.
the card
we
thing.
started off playing,
Yeah.
but now it's almost a 3-to-1.
No, there's a few other things.
3-to-1 chip lead for Rob.
There's a few other things.
That's going to make the call. Option 2, Rob.
And the rich keep getting richer here as Rob finds pocket jacks.
300,000. And that's going to make the call.
That's going to make the call here. That's a substantial raise, actually. 40-80. They went up to 300K.
Flop is 4 hearts, 4 spades.
I can't imagine Rob would be too scared by what he sees on that board. Although
This is
Matt
going to be an action board.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see if Matt's frustrated with his misfortune here or not. I don't think he is, because that was
No, that's
that was 300,000, by the way, on the bet there, not 30,000, as you see on the screen there. And Rob has bid at 700K, 800,000. They're on the turn. So Matt's sitting here open-ended, wondering if this is the spot.
he's running through his mind whether he just wants to make a play right now.
And that's going to make the call.
He just calls.
100,000 and a call.
So Matt's invested about 40% of his stack in this hand. Will he hit on the end? No.
Rob's going to be first.
Now does Rob check here to try and induce a bluff? Or does he keep playing?
From what I've seen of Rob, he don't have.
He doesn't have the check bluff game, the check to induce game in his quiver.
He just keeps going.
And Matt's going to do a little Hollywooding here, obviously, to show that he had something, but I can't imagine him putting another red cent into this.
I'm really kind of shocked as how passive Matt played his hand.
You would think, you'd think with that flop it would be an opportunity to perhaps try and make a raise and see if you see exactly where you're at.
Yeah, I mean, he just, he's clueless as to where he was at.
All right, Kurt, can we see some chip counts here, buddy? I'd like to see where we're at in this, so he'll get us that graphic.
It's about
never lie.
It is 164 BBs to 32 here. So Rob just getting even closer here to the finish line. And there's nothing better than being at this point. It's heads-up poker here on the HPT. James Larson, Tony Lay, and Dominic Seibert with you today. And the play's been pretty fast. It's 4:25 Central. We started around 12:45, so getting through things relatively, well, not very quick today here on the HPT. I've sat through a lot of 12-hour final tables, 13-hour final tables. I remember New Mexico. What I remember about it is we finished at 1:59:30, and I ran as fast as I could to the end of the bar, and they said, sorry, you missed it by 2 minutes. So that was a very long day, but yeah, today things going pretty
I'll take a
quick,
water, please.
And this heads-up battle going pretty quick, because as we just outlined, I mean, this is been all Mr. Waz here is whittling Matt down.
Unless something changes
Almost
pretty
every
quick, your
single
over and under is not looking very good.
Yeah,
I know. Well, just like the betting days for me, it never did look good. So always on the wrong side of that. By the way, my horse just finished from the Kentucky Derby, so that's how I ran. All right, so a couple of good hands here, heads up, a king and a king jack. Anytime you got a king in your hand, Tony, heads up, that's a good thing, correct?
Mostly. Well, I wouldn't get too carried away.
Not too carried away, but you're going to see a flop probably.
Yeah.
Flop is queen 9-6, and
Matt's finally going to take
Show your
it
hand.
down. It's been a bit for him.
Oh, I mean, how am I going to show if you never show?
I asked first. So on the line here, not just the cash, but that bracelet up there too, Dom. It's a pretty good looking bracelet.
I want to
It's
see,
always
just
nice
like you
to
want to
have
see.
something to take away, because the money will eventually go, okay? No matter.
You can say, I was once good.
Yeah.
What happened to my game?
So yeah, the bracelet on the line, and
Small on the button.
good time here.
Also, that championship package for our Tournament of Champions event coming up in St. Louis, I believe, at the end of the year.
Yeah, we're doing it in St. Charles this year. You're right. Rob here with Pocket Nines. I believe it's St. Charles. Right?
Fantastic venue. I love.
Yeah, that's
going to St.
well,
Charles.
that's my home away from home, because that's where we do our studio work is at St. Charles. So Yeah, that's our $2,500 event, Championship Open.
Oh, look, Rob's got another crappy hand.
Yeah, just ooh.
And Matt's going to
Okay,
re-raise,
folks,
and we might
here
be
we
seeing
go.
some danger here. Danger, danger.
Yes, I did.
Rob has said all in.
Bring one stack.
Rob all in with his pocket nines.
It's not a snap call, so he's got a
No, it's
decision.
not. He made it. Well, he just committed about a fourth of his stack here on that re-raise. He's thinking, could things possibly get any worse? Could he really have a hand here?
I really
Yeah.
wish we could see Matt's cards.
Looks
Here.
like he's got a medium ace.
It's all Matt's
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Probably
Tone.
ace 7, ace 8.
Yeah, ace 7, ace 8. What do you think, boys? Does he make this call?
I don't see.
I think.
Oh, he did. He made the
does
call.
put it in.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Come on.
There you go, medium
Hold
ace.
one
Pretty
time,
close
baby.
there.
Six offsuit.
Okay, folks, tail of the tape. Ace 6 for Matt, going up
Let's keep it
against
clean.
Rob's
With my good
pocket
dealer, too.
nines.
We could be over and done here in short order.
Hey, I'll pay that bet. It's okay. All right, ace 6 going up against the nines. A pot of 6 million chips and basically the
keep it
tournament
clean,
right
man.
here.
9-9.
What's it going to be?
9-9. That's all he wants in the flop.
Look
Oh,
at that, a
nice,
9
baby.
right in the window, a 9, a set for
Is there a
Rob.
hard draw? No, but I mean, oh, that's it. It's over.
Yeah, that may be it.
He's drawn dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
got no
hold on,
hearts?
hold
Two
on.
aces.
Hold on,
no
guys.
hearts.
What happened?
She didn't burn.
Turn card.
Wow.
So
Can
we've
you
gone from
believe it?
an all-in drawing.
I might win
drawing
this bet.
dead on the flop. But he's still in the lead,
I feel good
obviously.
about it. Don't worry.
Let's go to the
It's okay.
turn
You got a
card.
burn.
Ace of hearts.
And
Boy, this doesn't.
Matt is looking for an ace. And now he's got more outs.
Matt wins his hand.
Yeah.
That is good.
An
Okay,
ace or
guys.
a queen.
I don't know what to say here.
Yeah.
I'll let you know after this card if I
Ace or
can
a
talk.
queen to keep
We
Matt
might
in
see
this
somebody
tournament.
flip the table over depending on what card comes on the end. Let's go to the river. And the river card?
10.
Okay. So that is going to do it.
That alleviates any potential controversy.
Now, the dealers don't cheer for anybody, but I know who she was hoping won that hand, okay? Look at her. She felt terrible. And you know what? I want to say it real quick before we congratulate these guys. Mistakes do happen, okay? Mistakes do happen. The dealers have done a great job. And we're gonna catch up with the winner here in a minute, but let's talk about that last hand. Haven't seen that in a while, Donald.
Yeah.
How would you have handled that down on the floor? Similar to how?
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously you've got to make the hand correct as best as you can. And you've got to back it up. I honestly, in a main event situation, I would have wanted to check the videotape.
I think I would have
especially
too.
in the facility, when you've got the facility, let's not rush through it. This is obviously a hand for the main event. Let's just make sure
He can do it. He can do it. I'll pitch it to Jeremy if you want.
Let's just make sure that we had everything correct.
On the last
so there's
hand,
no controversy at the end. I understand, when you're a live stream, you don't necessarily want that kind of bad publicity and whatever.
But if you see something, say something. I mean, for real. Jeremy caught it, and you know what? And both players were cool. It's the integrity of the game. We want to make sure, and just like they said, just make sure it's the right card. Get rid of it. We don't know what it is. Put him down. Get rid of it. Move on. The best hand did win. Nothing changed. But boy, a little nerve-wracking there.
Certainly not what you want to see in a situation at that point in the tournament. Obviously,
exactly.
but all got worked out and ironed out correctly, and we do have our champion here. And for the first time, winning an HPT main event, Mr. Robbie Wazwaz.
Yeah, Wazwaz
this is his
takes it down.
8th championship victory here.
first HPT main event, but has won several events, as we mentioned, throughout the Midwest. And he now has over $1 million in tournament earnings. So congratulations to him.
Congratulations going out to Rob and all of our players here. Let's talk about second place, though. Not for nothing, a good payday too, $105,000.
And again, these were the two guys who came in as the two chip leaders.
Yeah,
of the
wire
day.
to wire.
So they obviously deserve to be here. And Matt coming in as the overall chip leader, but he makes more than 6 times he ever has in a poker tournament.
Yeah,
$100,000 here plus today. So he's obviously thrilled, I'm sure, with that payday.
You got him, my man.
Falling a little bit short, obviously, a little bit disappointed, I'm sure, but still an excellent performance by him, and a little bit unexpected considering, like we talked about, some of the high volume, high cash, high winning players that we had entered this field. For someone who had made basically 15 grand in his career to come through in this spot and finish second place is a very extraordinary accomplishment.
I think we hear Rob out in the hall.
Yeah, I think so.
That might
yeah.
have been him with a Yahoo.
So, folks, we've seen a lot of drama down the stretch here, and I think to wrap things up, we need to send it down to the floor. And our tournament director, the one, the only, the man who always gets it right, Mr. Jeremy Smith. Jeremy?
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Rob Wazwaz, our new HPT main event champion. Rob, tell me what's on your mind.
Oh, a lot of things, but I just feel amazing. Just going to spoil my family, and it was just a wonderful event, a wonderful venue, and it was just a great place, great tournament. I'll be back. I loved it.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Now, you started the day second chips. You're leaving today with just over $173,000 in cash. What's the plans for the money?
Maybe invest it into a new house and pay off a few bills and spoil the family like crazy.
Now, you mentioned earlier, give your wife a little bit of the money.
She gets most of it.
She gets most of it?
She gets most of it.
Well, what's she going to spend it on? Bills?
No, she loves the shop and some jewelry probably.
Good, good.
Yeah.
Any plans to play any future HPT events?
I was very disappointed that I'd not been coming here before. It was better than most of the tournaments I've ever played, and I will be back, and I will be following the HPT a lot more than I ever did.
All right, we appreciate it. There we have it, our new HPT champion here at the Ameristar Casino in East Chicago. Rob Wazwaz, our new HPT champion. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Good, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Let's get set up. We'll get a couple.
Man, I really appreciate that.
All right.
Should I leave my mic on, or is it?
You can leave it on. That's
okay.
fine.
Okay.
Yeah. We had nobody to cheer except for
Rich, I need a favor from you, buddy. I need a big favor. I need you to book me a flight.
But I guess the real story here is just the length of this final table,
Yeah.
under 5 hours today.
Yeah,
Crazy.
And well, it was crazy, but it wasn't all that crazy, except for perhaps Casey's bust out there in third with the
man,
3
yeah.
out around the river.
This
But a
venue's
lot of the
amazing.
best hands holding up, a lot of the short stacks unable to double up and make it a deeper run that they hope to during the course of this event. And obviously the big story, as we said just a moment ago, Robbie passing $1 million in career earnings, a tremendous milestone for him. And he said he's been, as he said in the interview there, unable to make it down here for various reasons to East Chicago, and he's been wanting to come down here.
Yeah.
And he finally makes it down here. And not a bad way to have your first HPT East Chicago main event to finish in first place with over $170K.
And Kirk, is there any way possible that we could get Wazwaz to just stop over here? Is he in the other room? He's going to text me here in a minute here. He is running around celebrating. Well, we're going to
doing
fill a
laps
little
around
bit.
the building.
If somebody could grab him, that'd be cool, because I have a couple of questions for him. But real quick before we go, Dom, I want to thank the entire staff here and all the work that you guys have done. I know how many hours you put in and the staff, and maybe you could give a few shout-outs to some of the folks that helped us out this week.
Well, obviously, Jeremy Smith, tournament director, as we've mentioned, a tremendous job. One of the nicest tournament directors you'll ever find. Very player-friendly guy and always gets things rolling in a fantastic way. Some of the other floor staff members who worked along with me, Luis, Jessica, and John, fabulous work that they do. and getting everything done, and all of our dealers organized and everything. The dealers never get enough appreciation, obviously.
Agreed.
They're the ones who are sitting in the box and dealing with the players and our frontline customer service people on a regular basis, and we get so many compliments for them. And then, you got the wait staff, that are in here keeping all the players.
Daily, the massage
therapists who are in here. So many folks contribute to a poker event. And then, of course, you get the TV final table. You got the cast and crew back there pushing all the buttons and everything. So, I mean, it's really a whole lot more than getting a bunch of, monkeys off the street, teaching them how to throw cards at people.
Right,
and pushing pots,
exactly.
If you want to put on a good poker tournament, there's a whole lot of stuff that's involved and a whole lot of things that have to go right. And so you need good people to make that happen.
Agreed. I want to thank everybody here at the property as well. The hotel, always top-notch here at the Ameristar Casino, East Chicago. And I want to remind you guys, World Series right around the corner. So first and foremost, I want to say good luck to everybody going out there. Be safe out there in Vegas. And we'll see you. The HPT is going to be popping out there. But if you want a little break from the series, come on out and join us in Colorado. That event is going on July 5th through July 17th. It's a 21 or older event. Just $1,100 to buy in. And I know it's a long time from now, but we have a cruise coming up, and that's going to be in 2018. So be thinking about that now. It's in March this year. I've been on 3 of them, had an absolute blast. So try to join us for that. As always, all the information for all of our events is on the webpage at hptpoker.com. One more time, your champion from the Ameristar Casino Hotel East Chicago, Rob Wazwaz. Second was Matt Culp, Casey Carroll, John, Brian, Gary, Alan, Chris, and Paul rounding out the group. We had so much fun, and we hope to see you next time the HPT is on the road, and that'll be in Colorado. For my broadcast partner, the one, the only, Mr. Dominic Seibert, I'm James Larson saying we'll see you next time right here on the HPT.